Okay, everybody, right now we're just testing to make sure that we're working. So they're going to run it for a second here and see if it's operating correctly. So again, right now we're just hanging out, making sure that the system's working before we have another false start here. We want to make sure that everybody can hear us and see us out there. We acknowledge that this is an important meeting. And we're hoping that we can get you to join with us soon and hear us when our mouths are moving. All right, and I'm hearing from some community members out there that it looks like we are back on track. So I just want to take a second to apologize to the community. We've been working really hard through some logistical challenges here. This is a little more complicated than just running a Zoom meeting, trying to do the live broadcast and getting everything lined up. And tonight it didn't work quite right. You haven't missed you've missed some important stuff, but you haven't missed the stuff that most people are logging in for. You've missed what we did in closed session. You've missed our approval of the consent calendar for the most part, except for one topic that we're going to bring back later to discuss more. And that's my best summary that I can give you so far. So with that, President Butler, take it away.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Superintendent Casca. We were just starting to begin our student presentation this evening, which is San Jose Middle School, and Debbie Richardson, principal, is here, and I see her ready to go. I know there's a video that's going to be shown. I don't know who's going to start that.
Yeah. David will launch it. Yeah.
Great.
Good morning, San Jose Middle School Scorpions. Today is Tuesday, October 6th. Hi, I'm Debbie Richardson, and I'm the principal of San Jose Middle School. This is the way that we start our day every day at San Jose Middle School with video announcements. So we thought we'd use this way to talk to you about some things that are going on at San Jose Middle School so far this year. The theme of our presentation this evening is we have everything we need to be leaders. And so we're going to talk a little bit about leadership opportunities at San Jose Middle School. So let's move on and do that. Let's see, here we go. So there are many ways to show and grow leadership at San Jose Middle School, and here are three that we're going to talk about tonight. One is our leadership class. This is a class for 7th and 8th grade students who want to develop and have an impact on student culture. Our AVID classes are offered at 3 levels, grades 6, 7, and 8. And AVID stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. These classes help students to develop really good leadership skills, to set goals and vision a successful future, whether at college or a career. AVID Excel is a program that we're offering for the second year this year, and it does all of those things. Plus, it is focused for English language learners who are just about ready to be declared as proficient in English. So it adds additional emphasis on academic language and skills for academic success. I'd like to start by having our leadership students share a little bit about their activities so far this year.
And the goal of my project was to help guide students around the campus and get to know the teachers and all the classes that are in each wing of the school.
We will have pictures in this video, and we will do a voiceover explaining what they do in the wing, what subject the wing is, and the teacher.
Specific tasks are to accomplish is being able to record our voices from home, the script, and just the whole editing process, having to add everything up together.
And it can help a lot of students if they are incoming students or they just have never seen the school in person due to all the things that have been happening. Hopefully this helps tons of students getting to know the campus and getting to know where their classes are so they don't get lost.
Thank you. Leadership also did a great job welcoming new staff.
My team and I introduced the new staff to the SJMS community using slides with information about them to put in the morning announcements. The goal was to introduce them now, so when we go back to campus, we would see familiar faces. We emailed and created questions for our new staff so they could introduce themselves. It's very important to build our community during these times because most people are having a hard time, and we would like to change that. Using the power of our community, we could help others in these difficult times. Thank you.
And thank you. Also, leadership does fun things.
My team, including me, made a random questions Kahoot for new students. We also made a Google slide for advertising the Kahoot.
My group's goal was to welcome the new students, but also let them have fun. My team has accomplished tasks such as coming up with ideas to welcome the new students. We obviously picked the Kahoot. We then came up with 20 random questions. We had to figure out what day and time we wanted to do the Kahoot, and then we sent our teacher the link.
Very easy, you say, to just build your confidence with your school and have fun, mostly, even if you're at home. Having at home doesn't make a difference between having at school, even though students miss it dearly. So all I'm trying to say is just have fun. Be happy. Smile at home.
Wow, that's great advice, isn't it? Let's move on to Avid. Olivia would like you to know what Avid has done for her. One skill Avid has given her was the ability to write proper emails that help her to get her point across. Her favorite part of Avid is updating the planner because it helps her to keep her work organized and she can see it on the board if she has everything she needs. Her Avid teacher has helped her find success by supporting her and always helping her through her problems. Her goals for next year is to always put effort in everything she does and to persevere through any challenges she faces. Thank you, Olivia. That is a good summary. And finally, I'd really like to share these with you. These are done by Avid Excel students, and it is an acrostic of their names, and it talks a little bit about their connection to being a leader. So I'd really like to have them read this for you. So let me do that. Let's see what Rivaldo has to say.
My name is Rivaldo, and I'm a leader. R is for responsible to help everyone out. I is for interest in completing my classwork. V is for vision. I look forward to the future. A is for academic risk taker. I will participate. L is for lean forward. I always go forward, never back. D is for determined to solve a problem I am stuck on. O is for obedience. When the speaker or someone's talking, I obey and don't fool around. That's right. My name is Rivaldo, and I connect to leadership.
Thank you, Rivaldo. That's a great one. Let's see. And finally, to bring up the very last piece, this is the slide that we have gotten the title of our presentation from. So I would love to have him read this for you. So let me get that ready. Here on his flip grid.
My name is Rodrigo, and I'm a leader. R is for respectfully listening in class. O is for optimistically thinking about the future. D is for daring to go on adventures, and R is for risk taker because I always participate in class. I is for intelligence, which I have. G is for giving people in need. O is for taking opportunities that come my way. That's right. My name is Rodrigo, and I have everything I need to be a leader.
So again, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to present our students and the work that they're doing at school. And we want to thank each of you, Superintendent Koska, members of your team, and the trustees for the leadership that you are exhibiting now. So thank you for your time this evening and have a pleasant day.
Thank you, Debbie. Principal Richardson. Any comments from the board? Any follow-up? No?
I just want to thank the principal for Debbie for coming forward. Seeing the students' voice is just great. It's we sit around here a bunch of adults, and it's nice to remind us that we are here for the benefit of a whole bunch of kids. Thanks.
I'll just say really quick, Avid is always inspiring.
I think so too.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Debbie, for putting that together. That was a great example of what's happening at San Jose Middle School. I've seen a few of your morning announcements, and they're I mean, it just starts the students off on the right foot. So I appreciate your effort in putting those together every single day. There's one there available to them, letting them know what's happening, what they need to do, even if they reminding them the schedule every single day of what their schedule is going to be is super helpful. So you're putting them on the right path for that day. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to our announcements. We have two of our student board members. We have Elizabeth from San Marin High School and Eva from Novato High. And Chloe was unable to make it this evening. She is ill this evening. So I will start with Elizabeth.
All right. So for our update today, for doing the most we can while we're on Zoom, but it was really exciting because we had a successful senior parking spot auction a few days ago. Leadership was able to make a few $1,000s despite our fears and concerns regarding COVID, which was exciting. I have to point out that the community has done something really amazing for the seniors. Every single month on the 21st, they do a senior sunrise surprise, and they basically organize a spot for us to pick up little care packages that they make for all the seniors. Makes us feel very loved. In AFSB, we've been working on a community service project. We've been put into groups, and we are right now in the middle of finding ways to benefit our community, whether it's with elementary schools or fire victims. It's a very broad scale thing, but we're really looking forward to that. And last but not least, let's see. The students were taking the Galileo assessment. From the people that I've heard, they said it was very productive. And so I'm happy to hear that. But yeah, that is all from me today.
Okay, thank you. Eva?
Hi, everybody. We have quite a lot going on at Novato right now. To start out, our MSA teachers and students are preparing performances and artwork for the MSA Foundation fundraiser Divine Online, which will be virtually released on Saturday, October 24th. Students in dance and theater are creating new performance collaborations for the online context, and there will be some exciting cross-program collaborations coming from music, while visual arts programs are also donating artwork and making donor gifts, and we hope you all will attend. Along with that, MSA students are also coming out with a monthly student newsletter to let Novato families and MSA families know what's going on. We are starting a breast cancer awareness coin war every Wednesday from 7 to 8 a.m. in the bus loop, and we're collecting coins to Celebrate Life Foundation in Marin, and we're encouraging students to wear pink on Wednesdays. We have two fundraisers on the 12th, one for the class of 2021 at Tommy Salsa, and the other one for our football team at Roundtable Pizza. And similar to San Marin, we're also doing every month on the 21st, we're doing a senior drive-through. And we're so thankful to the small businesses around Marin who are providing little gift cards and gift certificates to their businesses. And we're thankful to the Friends of NHS 2021. It's a parent group who puts this together every month. And we also had a parking auction and lottery for the prom fundraiser, and that went really, really well. And we'll be painting spots this Saturday and the 24th. And that's it for Novato.
Great, thank you. It's nice to hear there is a lot going on even in distance learning. So you guys are still trying to be active and do things together in some way. So Trustee Miller, any announcements?
Oh yeah, this afternoon I spent a meeting with Liza Massey, who's the county CIO. And she's organizing a group to try to look at ways for agencies to be able to collaborate and benefit, since the schools now have a significant impact on how kids can dial in from home and get through connectivity. I joined this, so we were at least participating in a conversation that maybe that will bring some benefit to our students. So it's just beginning. I expect over the next 6 months, she's going to ramp it up, and maybe we'll be able to find some ways to collaborate with all the school districts and the cities and the public agencies in Marin to better access. Students from home can get to school. One of the projects we discussed is the canal Wi-Fi project that's currently being funded by the county. So there's, which is addressing the problem in San Rafael, but not yet in Novato. So more to come.
Okay, Trustee Nell.
Nothing tonight.
Okay, Trustee Gasson.
So I have a couple of things. I had a busy couple of weeks. I've been attending PTA and PTSA meetings, which have been really helpful to hear about what's going on in our schools. And the North Marin Council PTA was last Friday. And thank you again to Superintendent Koska and Leslie Benjamin for attending that. There is a new SPED special education chair position that's going to be posted out to the community. That I'm very excited that they were able to pull together. I also attended the special education team's parent night, which I thought went very well. It gave an overview of our department and also what has been happening with the changes due to COVID to special ed services. And then we went into breakouts, which was interesting for me. I had an opportunity to talk to two moms and understand what's going on for them. And one, I just have to, say I just was inspired by her. She's a single mom with 4 kids. Her oldest is at Sinaloa, and just hearing how she's dealing with 4 kids trying to Zoom and do remote learning and helping them along was very inspiring for me. And then I wrapped up today. I visited Loma Verde Elementary. That was the last out of all of our elementary schools that I went and did site visits to check on how things were going, how they felt about the safety precautions put into place, and just, getting a sense for where they thought things were. And so it was all really positive, and I learned a lot. Actually had never been to Loma Verde until today, except for on the fields. So it was all great.
Trustee Beck.
Welcome to Loma Verde. Good to have you here. Yes, a couple quick things. Had the opportunity or was invited to speak with a group of high school teachers to just hear their thoughts on where things are going. And it was really a great meeting, a good opportunity to hear what they're thinking about reentry, what they think about MOUs, all that kind of stuff. And it actually led to that survey getting produced, which is, I'm really appreciative of the fact that they were able to do that. So looking forward to hearing more from them, and it's a good bunch. Also had an opportunity, was invited by Deputy District Attorney Otis Bruce to speak with him and the new Marin County Head of Probation, Marlon Washington, as well. Lori Frugoli dropped in. She zoomed in on us. And it was a great conversation to talk about restorative justice and all the things we're doing, and as well our resource officers and just how we can have an informed discussion on the whole topic amongst our community. So I'm looking forward to that, and I know we are going to be doing that. We just have to get more information, and we are getting more information. So I think we'll make a good decision when all that information is in front of us, and looking forward to working with Katie on that. Katie is leading the charge, and I have full confidence that she knows what she's doing. So,
okay, Trustee Cooper.
This past week, I was able to attend the Measure G Oversight Committee meeting, and that went well. Everyone's very happy with the progress. We're trying to schedule a meeting, site visit to see both high schools in the near future. Obviously, the days are getting shorter, so that's presenting a little bit of challenge. As well as I spoke with, I had a Zoom call with several of the high school teachers as well, and I found that to be very helpful and insightful. So that's good. Thanks.
Okay, Trustee Aguila.
Yes, today the Board of Supervisors had their meetings, and Judy Arnold spoke and presented the bully prevention October month resolution and read a couple of paragraphs, and it went wonderful. It passed, obviously, and they were very thankful for people being so engaged in this topic, and it's just a wonderful. Always good to have this month as a reminder. And she mentioned bullying as part of not having housing, so I thought that was interesting. Anyway, and then there's more that I can talk about, but I can mention it since we're gonna talk about our own bully prevention resolution tonight, so I can talk about that later.
Okay. I'm going to pass this to move us along, Superintendent Casca.
I too will pass to keep us moving. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we will move on to non-agenda public comment. We do have some this evening. We do have about an hour plus, but we are going to stick to our 20 minutes that we've have in our board policy. And we'll start with Ellen. And I don't know if Chris is going to be a part of that as well. Yeah, they're going to alternate. Superintendent Casca and Ellen will alternate in reading our non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, President Butler. First one is from Emma Northcutt, eliminate SROs. Dear NUSD Board, my name is Emma Northcutt and I am a 2020 Novato High School graduate. I'm requesting that you eliminate SROs in our school district. The police presence on campus creates an environment of distrust that sees young students as objects to be suspected and policed. Eliminating SROs will create an environment where students and school administrators can trust each other and build a safer community. Thank you.
This is from Monique Bethel in regards to NUSD SRO officers. As an NUSD employee, I am in favor of retaining our SRO officers. I've had the pleasure of working with Officer Rodriguez on a daily basis. He and I have had joint interactions with students. Some interactions were good, some not so good. In each instant, our students were treated with respect and fairly. Our SRO officers are assets to our schools and community. By working in our schools, our SROs are able to go out in the community and form relationships with the families of our students. We also need more resources and aid for our students, but we still need our SROs.
This is from William McDill, Funding School Resource Officers. Having raised three children through Novato schools from kindergarten through high school, I strongly recommend that NUSD fund school resources officers. In today's fractious society, with students frequently lacking basic discipline, it is wise to have someone on campus who actually has some authority and will exercise it.
This is from Natasha Marin. Dear NUSD Board, I am Natasha Marin. I'm a member of the community. I'm requesting that you remove SROs out of our school districts because I don't believe that there should be a police presence in an environment of learning and creativity. We shouldn't police our children in a space where they are supposed to find their passion and strengths. Our students deserve more resources, not more punishment. I hope you take this into consideration.
This is from Sasha Dow, Pro SRO. Dear NUSD board members, my name is Sasha Dow and I'm a student at San Marin High School. I am writing in support of our school resource officer on campus. Having Officer Wagner on campus makes us feel safer. He is always friendly and talks with all the students. We are not afraid of him. We respect him. I see groups on Instagram trying to get rid of our SROs. Don't let outside groups ruin our schools. We live here, we go to school here, we work here. Novato is our town and Novato supports our SROs.
This is from Louis Bickhoff. In light of SRCS's recent decision to remove school resource officers, SROs, from SRCS, I'm requesting that Novato do the same and remove police from NUSD. SROs are not an effective crime deterrent, reinforce the school to prison pipeline by criminalizing students at a young age, and unfairly target students of color. NUSD SRO funding should be reallocated to develop alternative safety, health, academic, and counseling advisory services for students and families. This reallocation of funding must be done collaboratively alongside students and needs to center on the voices of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, BIPOC, youth, and community members in planning discussions and program implementation.
This is from Kate Hasseman, SROs. We've all established that student safety and success are at the heart of all of our actions surrounding implementation in school services. However, the actions of districts simply are not displaying that in truth. Resource officers have been proven on a national and local level to be trauma-invoking, racially biased, detrimental presences on our campuses, to put it bluntly. However, blunt seems to be the way our words get least minced. SROs target minority students, amplify the problems of the school-to-prison pipeline by directly supplying its vitality, and do not contribute to a safe environment. They are not adequately trained to deal with crisis management and cost resources that could be better allocated. It's time our districts act on behalf of all students, not just white students, to provide a legitimately safe environment. Failing to do so perpetuates the archaic identity of Marin, a faux progressive haven for the white community to feel comfortable.
Okay, this is from Jack Parnell Wolf. My name is Jack Parnell Wolf, and I am a concerned community member urging the board to move forward with the process of removing SROs from Novato schools. San Rafael has already pushed forward with their removal, and now it is time to look to NUSD as well as TAM district to follow in San Rafael's path. SROs are of little help to our students, specifically our BIPOC students in these schools. There are a plethora of stories from BIPOC youth in Marin schools, Novato included, that demonstrate SROs are yet another obstacle in their path to achieving a safe and healthy education. To pretend otherwise is not only a blatant dismissal of their lived reality in Novato schools, it is a racist defense of systems that oppress our youth. This board needs to add the removal of SROs to the next meeting agenda immediately. Any hesitance to do so only confirms the accusations that many school officials and leaders in Marin are committed to upholding a racist alliance with police in our schools. We need direct, immediate action to protect BIPOC youth in Novato schools. Removing SROs in our schools is just the start of taking accountability for how our educational environments in this county perpetuate racist and white supremacist systems of power.
This is from Sophia Martin, SROs. School resource officers have notoriously punished BIPOC students disproportionately. Allowing them to remain on campus is tolerating systems that harm your BIPOC students, meaning you are contributing to the school-to-prison pipeline just as much as them. But you can be a catalyst by change merely by making a change that will leave the entire student body to feel safer and more included.
This is from Julie J. Watson regarding support for SROs. As a resident of Novato and parents of just passed school-age children, I'm writing to express my 100% support for the continued presence of SROs in Novato schools. The Novato police play an extraordinarily important and valuable role in our community and are the first line of defense in a wide variety of school situations. It is inconceivable that in a town like Novato, we would consider caving into the extremist views from the radical left in this county that somehow the police are the enemy. I have seen firsthand the kindness and consideration that the SROs in Novato give to our children. They are there for them at all times and take genuine interest in their progress and safety. I cannot imagine any scenario where it would be to our children's advantage to not have a police officer there to assist and, if needed, protect them.
This is from Donna Morris. Recently, we learned that there is the potential of removing NPD school resource officers from Novato high school campuses. If you'll recall, officers were placed in the schools due to the school shootings that were occurring throughout the nation, but also because it was a wise move, so that the students are accustomed to having them on campus and establishing a rapport with them. We can't imagine who would be encouraging this foolish act except for those from out of town. No Novato family could possibly want to remove these men and women from our campuses. This is all about safety in our community. Our children attended San Marin High School. They felt safe while there. Please do not let outside people or people with an agenda take that away. Donna and Mike Morris.
This is from Cadence Ayubpour regarding SROs. Dear NUSD board, name is Cadence Ayubpour and I am a student. I am requesting that you eliminate SROs on your campuses because they target BIPOC and disabled students, and they make no improvements for the safety of students. They contribute to the prison pipeline and perpetuate racism on campus. Sincerely, Cadence Ayubpour.
This is from Veronica Wilson, removing SROs from Novato schools. Hello, school board. I am writing tonight to voice my support for the removal of SROs from all Novato schools. There is ample research that proves the harmful effect of SROs on students, especially Black, Latinx, and other students of color. While some people maintain that SROs are intended to keep students safe, we know for certain that the opposite is actually true. Many students feel targeted, threatened, and insecure in the presence of SROs, which contributes to a learning environment that is anything but nourishing and supportive. There are so many ways in which the school district can provide meaningful support to students. More counselors, mental health programs, etc., that do not contribute to the school to prison pipeline and criminalize student activities or behavior. I am working alongside an incredible group of students, educators, and community members who are all committed to the removal of SROs and the reallocation of SRO funding to other student support services. In fact, this group has submitted a PRA to the district, which has initiated an investigation into critical data about how SROs actually impact students in Novato. This is an important step. You cannot change what you cannot measure. I sincerely hope that you move swiftly to remove SROs and reallocate funds to other student support services. Best, Veronica.
All right, I'm going to do two this time because one of them is very short. So this is from Jason Dow, and it is pro SRO. I am a San Marin parent and support the SRO program. This next one is from Julie Mazina, and it is in regards to eliminate SROs. Dear NUSD School Board, my name is Julie Mazina, and I am a Marin community member. I am requesting that you eliminate SROs in the district because despite the assumed reasoning that SROs is seen as protective resources in the school community, they are instead perceived and experienced specifically by BIPOC students as threatening and oppressive. There are many ways to provide protective resources to students very early on to help prevent the escalation of behavior that requires police intervention. Please explore ways that your district can proactively serve students and guide them to the help they need. SROs are a physical manifestation of the prison to pipeline experience. We call on you to find alternatives to this punishment-based approach. Sincerely, Julie Mazina.
This is from Noah Block, School Resource Officers. My name is Noah Block, and I am a former Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Commissioner from Marin and against SROs. I encourage you to read the op-ed published in the Marin IJ on September 24th that I co-authored. If we are serious about giving all students an equal chance of success, we must remove these officers and replace them with trained professionals who can provide students with the social and emotional support they need to succeed. Some claim that SROs operate more like counselors and educators. However, SROs are not trained social workers. They are trained as law enforcement officers. SROs must undergo 40 hours of specialized training, but SRO training is not comparable to the 2-year graduate degree and 3,000 hours of post-degree professional experience, including 104 supervised weeks for a social worker. You should follow the example of your former superintendent, Jim Hogaboom, who ended the San Rafael City Schools contract with the police department that provided a school resource officer.
David, was that our 20 minutes? No, okay, I just heard a timer go off in the background, so we're still going.
Yeah.
This is Andre Bishop Hall. Do you think more resources should be spent on counselors and violence prevention rather than funding the current SRO staff? I believe that fixing the problems is far more effective in the front end rather than policing on the back end.
This is from Amelia Bastain, SROs. Dear NUSD Board, my name is Amelia Bastain and I am a community member and high school graduate in Marin. I am requesting that you eliminate SROs because as one can see from student testimony, they do little to make students feel safer, especially students of color and mentally ill students. I hope that you can all recognize that you have a chance here to make a difference and stand in solidarity with the movement. Thank Think of it as an opportunity for growth rather than a hindrance. Listen to the students. Sincerely, Amelia.
This is from Amanda W. Hello, my name is Amanda. I am a graduate of Marin County Schools and lived in Novato as a child. I am requesting that you immediately eliminate your 2 school resource officers. Schools should be a place where all kids can focus on learning. The research on policing in schools nationwide clearly shows the mental and physical health implications that police on school campuses have on students, particularly BIPOC students. Not only do many BIPOC youth feel anxiety and fear seeing a police officer on campus, which impacts their ability to focus in school, but they also are disproportionately targeted and criminalized. In Marin County, the evidence of this is clear. It is appalling that your district is unwilling to provide us with vital data about SROs in a timely manner when other school districts in Marin have done so. As an alumni and a resident in this community, I implore you to think deeply about this issue and decide which side of history you want to be on. The side that accelerates institutional racism or the side that provides students with compassion, respect, and appropriate school-based services. Thank you.
This is from Molly Baker, Eliminate SROs. Dear NUSD Board, I am a school counselor in Marin and I am requesting that you eliminate SROs from your district. There is no evidence that SROs make schools safer. The presence of SROs on school campuses is intimidating and traumatic, especially for our BIPOC students. Please reevaluate the reasoning behind having SROs on campus and examine the beliefs that you hold about our students. Our school should be providing students with resources, care, and restorative justice. SROs provide an introduction to the juvenile justice system and the school to prison pipeline. Also, many SROs are tasked with responding to mental health crises, which is inappropriate and traumatizing for students who are already in crisis. Trained mental health clinicians like Marin Mobile Crisis should be responding to these calls instead. I urge you to consider the damage that SROs are doing to our students. Sincerely, Molly Baker.
All right, this is from Jonathan Knight regarding SROs in Novato schools. I am a Marin resident in solidarity with young people of Novato demanding the end to police on school campuses. SROs do not reduce crime or increase safety. In fact, the data shows that they lead to further disparities in education and success for students from marginalized communities. BIPOC students, female students, and LGBTQ students all report feeling less safe with officers present in their schools. Statistics do not show reductions in crime or violence in school, and the rate of incarceration and long-term harm to young people goes way up. Police are not the solution for children struggling and in crisis. Investing in care, counseling, and support is. Please follow what Sandra Fell recently did and end police in schools.
This is from Regina Sun, SROs. My child goes to Novato High, and I definitely want the SROs to remain on campus to prevent any possible tragedies. How could the school board forget school shootings in other parts of the country and count their blessings that it didn't happen in our town? How could you ever look any parent in the eye if, God forbid, something were to happen here and you gave in to outsiders' demands to remove the SROs? The campuses need to be safe, and no one but the citizens of this town should have a voice. Please stand up for our kids' safety. Signed, Regina, a very concerned yet hopeful parent who believes you will do the right thing and keep the SROs to keep our kids safe.
Okay, this is from Lori Johnson regarding SROs. Dear NUSD Board, my name is Lori Johnson. I'm a community member in Novato and a retired school nurse. I am requesting that you eliminate SROs because they are a waste of money and do not fit into the TUPE grant objectives. There is no way you are meeting or even measuring positive outcomes derived from having cops on campus. We need to divest in police, in schools, and invest in students. Sincerely, Lori Johnson, FNP.
We're at about 18 minutes, so one more possibly.
Okay, this one is from Ziana Monroe, School Safety. Hello, NUSD Board. I'm speaking in support of the students of Novato schools tonight, specifically students of color. The constant presence of SROs on campus is a public health crisis. Studies prove that BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, and female students feel unsafe in the presence of school police, leading to higher rates of depression, anxiety, and lower ability to focus and succeed in school. Police have no place in our learning environments, especially for students who have been subjected to historical and compounded trauma due to police violence. Their presence can re-traumatize students, causing perpetual harm that is not conducive to a productive school culture. Testimonies from across Marin, which account negative experiences with school resource officers, are vast and public on Instagram platforms such as @bipoc.of.marin and @policefreeschools. The community is watching. Thousands of people are tuned in to hear the truth. Read our stories, listen to our voices. They show that it is clear that the use of SROs has not executed its intended purpose of school safety. As you have stated, your administration is examining data at NUSD schools about SROs. I want to remind you that the longer this process delays, the continued risk of violence and trauma against students remains. We must be proactive in preventing acts racialized police violence that are occurring nationwide, because once an act is committed, there is no reversing its permanent effect on marginalized communities. Students of all races, genders, religion, socioeconomic status, and more deserve empowered, culturally relevant education and mental health resources, not cops.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our non-agenda public comment. We will move on to the next item on our agenda. That is, and board members will receive all the public comment at the remainder of this meeting. If not this evening, tomorrow, you'll get all the public comment, non-agenda and items that were on the agenda. Moving on, this is item 13A. This is a public hearing we have this evening. This is the Williams Act, Sufficiency of Instructional Materials, 2020-2021. We have not received any public comment on this item, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Kind of bang my desk as a gavel. Jen Larson, would you like to speak at all to this, or do you want to wait till the discussion action item?
I can speak to the discussion action item if there's no comments.
Yeah, we didn't receive it, so we'll just move on. Well, I'm going to close this public hearing. It's 8:07. Okay, let me just make note of that. All right, so that item is moving forward to our discussion action items. This is 14A. So now we move into discussion action item for the same thing. This is the approval of the resolution number 7, 2020-2021 Williams Act. So I will turn it over to Jen Larson.
Okay, thank you. Annually, I have an opportunity to come to our board and ask your approval and a request of approval for resolution number 7, which is our 2021 Williams Act. And by doing so, you're stating that NUSD has met the requirements of sufficiency of instructional materials for grades K through 12 for the fiscal year of 2020-2021. This process includes auditing our supplies and materials to ensure that we do have materials for all students and they have been provided. Our principals sign off on each of those documents and they come to you for approval, and that's what we're here for tonight. So thank you very much.
All right, any comments or questions from the board? If not, this is a discussion action item.
I'll go ahead and move approval of
resolution number 7.
Resolution number 7-2020/2021 Williams Act, Sufficiency of Instructional Materials.
Okay.
I will second.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Millerick. So first by Trustee Cooper, a second by Trustee Millerick. All those in favor? Okay, 7-0. Right. Yeah, 7-0. All right. Moving on to 14B. This is adoption of resolution number 5, 2020-2021 to proclaim October as Bullying Prevention Month. This item was brought at our last board meeting. There were some revisions by the board. Recommendations. So now we're bringing this back, and I see Katie there, and I will turn it over to Katie.
President Butler, Superintendent Koska, trustees, I come before you tonight seeking approval of Resolution 5-2020-2021, proclaiming October as Bullying Prevention Month. After feedback from the last board meeting and in consultation with Dr. Koska's office and Trustee Aguila, I bring forward a tightened resolution that also acknowledges our student populations that are most vulnerable to bullying. As a parent, former teacher, former elementary principal, and former middle school principal, I've witnessed firsthand the negative effects of bullying on the victim, the bully, and the overall school culture. Addressing bullying when it occurs is necessary, but even more important is the proactive work on the part of adults to educate and provide safe environments for learning. I ask for the board to approve the Bullying Prevention Month resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Aguila.
I just wanted to thank Katie and Michelle Sheehan and staff, Ellen, for just making this resolution better, and it's just wonderful. In fact, the resolution that I talked about earlier today with the Board of Supervisors, the skeleton with a joint participation with NIOT was used to share it with the Board of Supervisors, and it got approved. So congratulations, Katie, and all those that helped. Michelle Sheehan would like to thank. She's so tired right now. She missed, she wanted to give a public comment, but she just wanted to again thank all those who helped, Supervisor Arnold and Katie. And so thank you. And I'll make a motion to move it if we're ready.
Okay, so I have a first by Trustee Aguila. Is there a second? And then is that Trustee Mack as a second? Okay, Trustee Mack as a second. Any further comments? Oh, Superintendent Casca, and then Trustee.
I just want to say that I think it's a timely time that bullying is coming into the spotlight right now in October. It's a good time for us to talk about it and embrace this resolution. You know, our kids deserve this. It's my personal and professional belief that our community here in Novato has a bullying problem. It shows up on our campuses on occasion with our kids. I think it also shows up through our adults and their behaviors, through their communications and their interactions on social media. And in my opinion, we must do better for our community and for our kids. Our kids are watching us. They see what we do. They see what we put out there on social media. They hear what we say. They see when our actions are different from our words. They're always watching us. In this resolution, we call out multiple forms of bullying, including cyberbullying. And I suppose that those of us on social media sites associated with Novato and Novato schools see this playing out. And some even participate it, and I would imagine often later regretting it. But more people watch it and remain silent. And, you know, I wonder what would happen if more of us in the community stood up to this sort of bullying, even if we just called our friends on the side when we saw them post something that wasn't quite right. And I wonder what statement that would make to our kids, us showing that we weren't going to put up with that stuff. And so I guess I ask our community if this is okay. Is it okay for our kids or adults to cyberbully? Is it okay to remain silent when it occurs? And then if we need to do better as a community, or if we need to model the way for the community that we want to become. So I just thought this was timely tonight. So thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Casca. Trustee Nell.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in as well and just thank the individuals, Trustee Aguila and Katie, for rewording the resolution. It's reads much better this time, and appreciate Superintendent Casca's comments. I wanted to acknowledge that bullying is a problem, and I appreciate and would agree with his acknowledgement and trying to get people to pay a little more attention to this issue, so that at times when they see it happening at any level, bring it up and try to get people's behavior to change a little bit in this area. So thank you, everybody.
Okay. Oops. Thank you for those comments. All right, so if there's no further comments, I will move on. We have a first by Trustee Aguila and a second by Trustee Mack. This is approval of the resolution to proclaim October as Bullying Prevention Month. All those in favor? Okay, 7-0. All right, moving on to our This is the big ticket item for the evening. This is item 14C. This is the return to flexible in-person learning recommendation. I will turn that over to Superintendent Koska as he has a presentation he's trying to bring up. And just for the board, we do have some public comment on this item as well. So we'll take another 20 minutes for that when we get to it.
I guess this is my night for technical difficulty. So want to thank the board for giving this the opportunity to bring this recommendation for our return to flexible in-person learning. I want to acknowledge that this is a high pressure topic. This is a topic that everybody in our community has strong feelings about. Those strong feelings are not aligned necessarily with one another. They all come from a place of caring. We all come from a place of caring for our kids and wanting the best for our kids, regardless of whether it's a family who wants to have their kids back on campus yesterday, or who believes that we need to wait an extended period of time further. I want to just provide a little bit of background. As you all know, this has been going on since March 13th. We thought it was for a week, then it was a couple weeks, and as you know, it's turned into roughly 6 months with summer built into that. Just a huge shift. We've worked really hard. We've worked hard to make sure that all of our students TK-12 have devices, that they can access the internet. We fed more student meals during this time than we would during the time when school was in session. You know, we continue to improve and learn and grow, and we're super proud of everybody out there who's given it their best every day. And we acknowledge that we're not perfect. And I think there's no perfect system out there around hybrid learning. But I'm proud of all the efforts that each of our staff members has made individually and collectively. And we've been working hard on figuring out how we safely get our kids back to campus. We've had lots of reentry models that we've developed. There was 1 week where we came up with 3 different models, and you know, we just keep chasing the guidance. You know, as we would come up with a new plan, the guidance would change and it would dash or raise our plans. This caused frustration internally and externally with our community. And I understand and appreciate that. This is a critically important decision that we must get right. And the hard thing is there's no crystal clear right answer. You know, to some community members there is, but at the end of the day, it's complicated, and I think most would acknowledge that there's no perfect right answer. We do have a lot of guidance that's come from California, that's come from the federal government, that's come from, you know, local here in Marin. One big question I want to clarify right at the beginning of this is does this conversation impact the Virtual Learning Academy? And the answer is no, that it doesn't. Students enrolled in Virtual Learning Academy will continue to receive their instruction virtually. I do want to say that if you're a family that continues to be interested in transitioning to the Virtual Learning Academy, you can request a transfer into that program. We will do our best to honor that request, as we've committed to from the beginning when we initially launched this idea of a Virtual Learning Academy. To do so, families can email Jennifer Casper. She's going to be maybe coming into a busy email box tomorrow morning, but maybe not. Her email address is jcasper, so JCASPER @NUSD.org. And again, if you're interested, we'll do everything we can to get your child into the Virtual Learning Academy. So there's a lot of things that we got to do in order to safely bring students back onto campus. And here are some of them. The biggest one is we have to have our site-specific school safety plans. These contain 30 different components. I'm just going to run through a couple of them. I won't read them all. You can see them up there on your screen, but we have to have clear communication protocols. And if you download this link on our board agenda, you can click into that document that has the communication protocols that have been developed countywide. We have to have different strategies for moving kids around campus, how they arrive, how they move in between classes, to keep large groups of students from gathering. We're not going to be able to have large gatherings like assemblies. We're going to use our outdoor spaces as much as we can for as long as we can, given the weather. We got lots of work to do around maximizing fresh airflow in classrooms, opening doors and windows as much as possible, but also adjusting the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning units in our classrooms to move as much fresh air as possible. We're also looking at purification and filtration issues that I will discuss later on. Limit the sharing of equipment in classrooms between uses, and when we can't eliminate that, making sure that we're cleaning in between uses. And one big thing would be limiting, another big thing, limiting campus access to essential workers. So usually we've got lots of volunteers on our campus. That's something that we're going to need to avoid during our initial returns to on-campus learning. Some examples of things that we have, some steps we have taken. We've worked on extensive training of our custodial staff on what cleaning looks like in this new model. We purchased electrostatic disinfectant sprayers for all of our sites to help us in cleaning. We've added some custodial positions to ensure that we can get sufficient cleaning on our campuses. Lots of personal protective equipment, hand sanitizer, things like that. This is what I was talking about just a minute ago with filtration. The recommended filtration in the COVID environment is to have MERV 13 filters in our HVAC units where possible. We will be doing that on the 4 campuses with new HVAC units provided through Measure G. Unfortunately, our older units on the other 9 campuses cannot handle MERV 13 filtration. It'll break the units. They don't have enough juice to push and pull the air through those filters. We purchased lots of 3-sided barriers for physical distancing where it's not practicable to maintain 6 feet of social distance. We've contracted with an outside administrator to help walk through sites with principals to make sure we're in compliance with the site safety plans. There are lots of things that our reentry plan must include if we're going to be able to be successful. First we got to get the green light. So what criteria out there have to be in place to allow us to return our kids to campus? What would need to happen to pause our return plan? Because we're going to have this recommendation is a staggered plan. So what would have to happen in between to cause us to pause? What would send a cohort or a school site or the whole district back to distance learning? I need to be clear with you about what the recommended dates are for a return. And then what is the rationale for deciding, what was my and our team's rationale for deciding on the timelines mentioned here around bringing kids back to campus. Sorry, here. So I'm going to answer those questions now. So what are the criteria that allow us to return students to campus? This stems from the California Blueprint for a Safer Economy, which was put out by Governor Newsom a couple of months ago. This was the change that brought us the colored tier system that has the purple tier, the red tier, the orange tier, and the yellow tier, with yellow being best. In order for us to be able to bring students back to campus, Marin County needs to be in the red tier or the orange or yellow tiers. And what this means is that per 100,000 residents in Marin County, there can only be less than 7 cases. And the testing positivity rate. So this means the positive rate for everybody who's being tested has to remain less than 8%. So what would pause our return plan? Marin County, as I said, is currently in the red tier. If we were to move back into the purple tier, that would cause us to pause our reentry timeline. And so what would happen? We would have to pause for at least 2 weeks to see if we moved back into the red tier. Students that were on campus at the time that we moved from the red to purple tier would remain on campus in whatever model they were learning in. Students who were in distance learning would remain in distance learning, and then we would have to make adjustments to the timeline based on the amount of time that we were in the purple tier. So this is the next question. What would send a cohort or a classroom back to distance learning? Again, this would be dictated by California's COVID-19 reopening plan. So in order to send a classroom or a cohort back, we'd have to have a confirmed positive case in the cohort. So what would happen? The school district would confirm that there was an actual positive case. We would either inform or be informed by Marin County Public Health about the case. We would isolate that positive person and exclude them from school for 10 days after the onset of symptoms or the positive test results. That cohort would shift to distance learning for at least 14 days. We would work with Marin County Public Health to support them in contact tracing. We would clean and infect and disinfect the classroom space. What would it take to send the entire school back to distance learning? Again, this is dictated by California's COVID-19 reopening plan. The decisions would be based in partnership and consultation with Marin County Public Health. It would be based on the number of positive cases on the campus. It would be based on the percentage of teacher, student, and staff that were testing positive for COVID. And what would happen? That we would re-implement distance learning for that school. And then any decision to bring students back to campus, again, would be made in partnership with Marin County Public Health. So then the next layer would be what would send the entire district back to distance learning. Again, this is dictated by California's COVID-19 reopening plan. If 25% or more of the schools in the district, so for us, that would be, we're at 13. So that would be 4 schools were closed within a 14-day period, the entire district would shift to distance learning. Again, this would be made in partnership with Marin County Public Health. And what would happen? The entire district would shift to distance learning. And then a decision on when we reopen our campuses would be made in partnership with Marin County Public Health. So here's the timeline that we're currently recommending for students to return to campus. This is a very staggered start. It starts with bringing in the kids that we acknowledge are struggling the most as a group with distance learning due to just the developmental appropriateness of it. So what we're talking about is on October 26th, we would bring back our self-contained special day classes. Those are our elementary special day classes, our social cognition classes, our early intervention program. Those are 3 different special education programs. We would also bring back our transition kindergarten kids, so our youngest kids enrolled in our system, and our kindergarten students. So these would be our 4- and 5-year-olds. They would come back on October 26th. On November 9th, we would bring back our 1st and 2nd grade students. This would be after 2 weeks. And this is a public health model that's recommended, is that you make a change, you wait 2 weeks to see what the impact of that change is, then you make another change. And so between October 26th and our winter break, that's the strategy that we're taking, is taking things in 2-week chunks and seeing how things go. On November 9th, I think I mentioned that, we brought back 2 weeks later, we'd bring back our 1st and 2nd graders. On November 30th, which is 2 school weeks plus the Thanksgiving break, Following that, we would bring back our 3rd graders, our 4th graders, our 5th graders, and our 6th graders. And I'll have a little more rationale on all these decisions after I finish with this chart. They would be back with us for 3 weeks. On January 4th, we would bring our 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th graders back. 7th and 8th graders would complete all of the middle school kids on campus. 9th and 10th grades would give us an opportunity to have half of our high school grades on campus. Then on January 11th, we'd bring back our 11th and 12th grade students after our 9th and 10th graders had a week to kind of get settled in and figure out any bumps we have in moving kids around campus before we have all of them back on campus. I should say that we're not going to spend a whole lot of time tonight talking about what the instructional model will look like when we bring these kids back onto campus. I do want to say that it is the intent that we would be bringing back these students into some sort of hybrid model. And during this phase, we would have about half of the students on campus at any one time at any one grade level. So when I say we're bringing back our 1st and 2nd graders, we'd bring back about half of each class at any one time on campus. So this is a big question. Why are we not returning any students until October 26th? We have one chance to do this and we need to do it right. And I found, kind of like Mill Valley announced today and Ross Valley announced today, we weren't quite ready to be able to bring kids back for an October 6th return. The biggest challenge that we faced was the changing guidance on CDC's part that's been up and down for the last 2 weeks about what we should be doing as far as indoor air quality. We considered the recent poor air quality that we're experiencing in Marin County, the ongoing fires in the county, and then also significant fires outside of our county. I think this is pretty widely known, but the largest fire in California history is burning right now. It's over 1 million acres. We also have 5 of the 6 largest fires in California history burning right now. So we're in the middle of another bad fire season. We felt like we needed to have a better solution for air filtration and purification. And we also need to acknowledge that winter is getting closer. And keeping doors and windows open, is not a forever solution. So we decided we needed to make some additional purchases, and we were unable to get the filtration and purification materials in advance of October 6th. So why did we pick the kids that we picked to come back first? It's difficult to accurately determine who's struggling the most during distance learning or to make this decision with an equity lens that's going to play out fairly across our school system and affect our school system similarly. So we decided that we needed to look at the research on what is developmentally appropriate for students and children in regards to distance learning. At different ages and students with different abilities. And so we look to that research, but we also look to the extensive experience of our team. And so when it comes to our special education students, we just acknowledge, and we've acknowledged this from the beginning, that it's extremely difficult to meet the needs of some of our special education students through distance learning. So when we looked at the programs that we have that exist, we look at our elementary special day classes, our social cognition classes. Each of these classes contains 16 or fewer students. They're self-contained. They naturally create their own cohort. And so we feel like bringing these students back onto campus makes a great deal of sense. It's just a better way for us to be able to provide them with the services they need in a safe, supportive environment. We looked at our early intervention students. These are preschool students. They're very, very young. The services that they receive are very difficult to provide via distance learning due to the student's age. And so we included them in that first group. Again, our early intervention students are also served in small cohorts. So it made sense to bring them back in that manner. We look to our younger students. Distance learning is more appropriate as children get older. our younger students need the most support that can only be provided in person in connection with their teachers. These students also need the most time to transition to their new learning environments. The class sizes are, 24 for TK3 at the most and 30 at 4 and 5 at the most. And so we could easily split these into 2 cohorts of 15 or less. And we feel like at that number, we can make sure that our kids are 6 feet apart in their classrooms. And so we felt like that was something that we could safely do. For our 6th graders, we need to acknowledge that 6th grade looks very different than 5th grade. And, also need to acknowledge that after doing a deep dive into the grades that our current 6th graders are receiving, they're really struggling. Many of them are floundering out there. Multiple Fs have multiplied by, I've heard 14 times the number of students with 3 Fs or more has gone up by 1,400%. And there's lots of research inside and outside of NUSD that demonstrates that middle school students receiving F letter grades increases the likelihood of students not graduating from high school. And we felt like, we needed to intervene and support these kids on campus, because what we're doing right now isn't supporting them well enough. When we looked at our middle and high school students together, we acknowledge that while it's not perfect, distance learning is more developmentally appropriate for middle and high school students, particularly our 7th graders and up. Based upon recommendations from the Reentry Committee, the master schedule allowed for student choice in electives. This was also a change that came about through many conversations with teachers, with people in specialized programs like AVID, like our AP teachers, like MSA and STEM, and all of our other specialized programs, AFJ or OTC, music, drama. In the middle schools, we felt like we needed to give students the choice to take these electives, because this is the thing that brought joy in a time that the world is kind of sucking the joy out of people. So we made that decision to allow students to take electives. The consequence of this is that students are not in cohorts of 30 fixed throughout the day, and it makes it more complicated to bring these kids back onto campus. With our high school students, the same stuff that I just shared about our middle school and high school students applies. We selected an instructional model that's called the 4x4 model in partnership with the different folks we worked with in getting ready to start up school. In essence, what this means is our students are taking up to 4 year-long courses in a semester. These are very fast-paced courses. Lots of learning going on every day is critically important. And we need to acknowledge that we have imbalanced semesters, where we have 79 days in the fall semester and 101 days in the spring semester. What this means is that, every day missed in that first semester is a lot. And, in listening to our teachers, we heard that, especially our high school teachers, that as we move from virtual learning to hybrid learning, and then if we potentially have to move back, just the impact that that's going to have on student learning is just too profound. And so that drives the recommendation for our high school students to be in virtual learning through the first semester. So there's a lot that's not currently contained in this reentry document. This is intentional. We don't have specific bell schedules for what the different school levels would look like. We don't have the specifics of what an actual instructional day will look like. There's a couple of whys. One of them is that we continue to work with the Nevada Federation of Teachers. We haven't had as much success as I think NFT would like, or that we would like as far as negotiations goes, but we're still working on it. We continue to communicate that if we don't need to come to agreement on an MOU, we want to, we feel like that's best for our system, But if we don't, NUSD staff has prepared multiple different school schedules that are aligned with the collective bargaining agreement between NFT and NUSD. Also, we've found some other models based on plans outlined by some of our neighboring districts. So we can, you know, if we find ourselves in the unfortunate situation of not having a memorandum of understanding when it comes time for us to do reentry, we will pick the plan that we think best meets the needs of our students and keeps our students and staff safe. So with that, which was a lot, I turn it over to the Board of Trustees for any questions. I'll stop screen sharing, but if you need me to, I can always pop back into the document to pull up a particular page.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Koska, for that presentation. Board members, I'll turn over to you. Maybe if you have a quick question or clarification, we have public comment as well. And then we'll bring it back to the board after the public comment. I'm going to start with Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just had a quick question. Thank you, Chris. That was very informative. Today I was actually able to have a very valuable discussion with my ASB class regarding this, and we all just had one general question that we wanted to ask. What was the reasoning behind, I know that like the staggering system works so that like the kindergartners go back first and stuff like that, but why are we not like bringing back students from multiple schools at the same time? So for example, like kindergartners and 6th graders and 9th graders simultaneously. So I was just wondering to clear that up.
Yeah, that's a great question. And that was the original, one of the original models that we came up with. The challenge that, you know, having both of you, Elizabeth and Ava, having been at high school, you know that in your classes, you've got mixed cohorts, right? So it isn't just 9th graders in a class or just 10th graders in a class or just 11th graders in a class. They're blended together. So like if you think about your math class or the last math class that you took, you might have 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders all in it. And so what do you do with the kids? You got, you know, how many kids are learning at home and how many kids are learning in the classroom? It just becomes pretty complicated. And so that's why we have kind of the compressed version for bringing our high school kids back in the second semester. Once we get through the very short first semester, you've got enough time to learn the content. We get to the second semester, we don't feel like we can say, hey, 1,000 kids show up on the first day. So we kind of broke that in half, and then you break it down again because only half the kids on campus. We felt like we could bring back 250 kids safely on that January 4th date, and then bring back 500 kids the following week. So that was some of the thinking. I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you for clearing that up. That helped a lot.
Yeah, okay, good.
Trustee Miller, I saw your hand.
Yeah, so Chris, could you put the schedule, the page that shows the schedule, did it show up on one page or two?
One page.
Can you put it, there you go.
Yep, I'm working on it.
Yep, I'm gonna wait for it to show up.
It isn't wanting to advance. I'm not sure why.
Well,
there we go, okay.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that's useful to look at. So I appreciate that we're trying to get 8,000 students more or less back in class in some form or other and delivery, and that the only way you can eat an elephant is one bite at a time, and that you've chosen to do this in the order that starts where the impact of the students is most impactful. If I'm a second grader and I've been out of school since March, almost 50% of my total educational experience is me sitting at home and I have no foundation. It is very hard. So that we're addressing the special needs kids and the kids who are the younger kids, and those are the kids that need somebody at home with them, high attention, babysitting almost, support, and that we can help families by moving those kids onto the campus earlier. I appreciate. I think that is a sound decision for family services and for the child's needs. So if we're going to eat this elephant one bite at a time, I like the order that you've chosen because I think it's the most critical first. So I appreciate that. And I'm glad to see that the high school, and it looks like it, every high school student doesn't start until after January 1st. So that's fully second semester. And that allows that whole issue of the point you were making with Elizabeth in terms of cohorts and organization, which is more than complicated, a chance for us to address that in one big chunk. And I think that's useful. The point I would like to understand better is the middle school. And I would like to question the decision to allow multiple cohorts to be running through middle school with lots of electives, as opposed to making it a more standard program to make it simpler for our instructional staff to be able to deliver, and for us to manage the program. And more importantly, if somebody gets sick, we've got smaller cohorts that we can control. And so fewer students would be part of the cohort that has to go off campus, and fewer students would then have to revert back. So the modular effects that you've got in the lower grades, I would like to see us talk about extending that into the middle school. I think that's the area that this plan could have, the discussion would be valuable, is how we're going to address middle school. So I like the two ends. I would like to talk about the middle. So thank you for what I think is a really thoughtful plan that serves the community and protects our kids. I think that's, and I also appreciate that you presented to us, if something goes wrong, how do we back up? I think that it's really, the community needs to understand that decision-making process today as clearly as they understand the go-forward decision-making process. So they can, as we publish on the website, they can track and forecast for themselves possible consequences to their family home structure. So thank you. I've been looking forward to more middle school discussion. Debbie, thank you very much.
Do you want to wait on that, Chris?
It's up to the board. I'm happy to do my best to talk to it
Either
now.
way for me.
Yeah, maybe.
I wanted to put it on the table.
We'll
Why don't we talk about it while it's fresh?
Okay.
You know, the idea of cohorts of 30 at the middle school, it's a possible solution. It would be an easier second semester solution because it would mean redoing all the master schedules for our middle school students. The downside of it is that it doesn't meet, it's a solution that doesn't meet unique student needs. So I'll give you an example. We're going to have to put kids into groups, right, across the educational spectrum. So we're going to have to say, this is our high group. I'm going to oversimplify it, but this is our high group, this is our middle group, and this is our low group. And so you think about our own children, right? Our kids that were maybe really, really good at math and science, but maybe not really good at English and social studies. Which group do they go into? Do they go into the high group, or do they go into the low group, or do you split the difference and put them in the middle group, so that you don't really meet any of their needs instructionally, right? So that's the challenge that we face. You know, you've got we'll use an example of a student that's a learner. You know, they're genius in math and science. It's their wheelhouse, but they're very basic in their English skills. They're sophisticated in their native language. Which group do they go into? And those are really the choices that we have to make. Then you get into topics that are important, but maybe a little bit less important around electives. At the middle school level, you know, we try to give students to the best degree possible, given the limited offerings that we have, access to the electives that they're interested in. How do electives fit in? And we would then have to say, for the high group, your elective is music. And for the middle group, your elective is, you know, this, that, or the other thing. It gets away from student choice. It gets away from meeting the unique student need. And so those are some of the challenges that we faced in making this important decision. And it could be undone at the semester break. It would be really hard to undo right now.
No, I appreciate that you've got yourself some breathing room before January 4th, that if there's things you've learned up through December 15th, you can have your team work over Christmas break or holiday break and adjust. And I appreciate that you've built that in as it's not written here explicitly, but it's obvious it's in your thinking. So thank you.
Anybody else before we go to public comment? I'm scrolling through. Oh, Trustee Mack, there you go.
A quick question. Plenty of other comments, but before I go comment, just a clarification. One thing I noticed, Chris, in between phases 4 and 5, the secondary in January, there's a 1-week gap. Can you explain the reasoning there?
Yeah, we feel like you know, the 2 weeks is important as we're rolling this out and learning and seeing what happens in those trends between, you know, steps 1, 2, 3, and then 4. The final phasing, you know, we could have pushed out our 12th graders to January 18th. Part of what we're concerned about is what I shared in response to Elizabeth's question. You know, we feel like for a couple of days we can have kids kind of split up because we're kind of resettling people onto campus. But in those classrooms, like an Algebra 2 classroom where you could have all 4 grades in a class, you know, the more we have them separated, the harder it is for our teaching staff. So what we decided was we just really want to give our 9th and 10th graders and our high school system a little bit of while to settle in, create some comfort, get the kids used to the new routines before bringing back our older kids a week later. Those are some of the things we thought about.
Okay.
All right, we'll move into public comment. And we did receive many. I will keep track of the 20 minutes.
The first one is from Jennifer Yeager, back to school regarding the hybrid approach. Thank you, board members. I'm a mom of 2 NUSD students, elementary and middle school. I applaud your methodical approach for in-person return to school in regards to equity and safety. I still have a few reservations that I wish to mention for your discussion. Number 1, the recent hybrid model. I believe this would have the teacher instructing to students both in person and remotely. If that understanding is correct, then the task given to our already tasked teachers seems unfair and a doubling of the workload. Teachers are amazing, but something will give. Instructional time, remedial time, etc. That means our students will receive less. Number 2, since it appears that there are still some moving parts in regards to safety, proper ventilation, adequate supply of substitute teachers, and properly staffed stations to care for those with possible COVID, let's wait till after the first of the year to try to bring students back to school in person. The CDC is just starting to say more about aerosolized COVID particles, and the flu season is just underway. We need excellent ventilation and an ample, robust substitute list. How many staff members will be watching over the quote unquote sick kids, waiting for a parent to pick them up? How far apart will these sick kids be kept, and will they be required to keep their masks on? Number 3, why bring everyone back just to stop for winter break? Most seem to be in a good routine now and know what is expected of them. After the break, all can start anew. When we do go back, a lot of time will have to be spent on teaching students the flow of the classroom and school grounds in regards to maintaining 6 feet of distance, no hugging, and keeping masks on at all times. In some grade levels, this could take days to weeks. Those kids who aren't doing well should have conversations with their teachers and our principal. I've heard many say they want kids back to in-person school for the socialization. You must be clear in stating what that means. Teachers and students with masks all day. Teachers standing in front, unable to walk to students to help. We'll have to continue most teaching on the Chromebooks. No socialization between kids, etc. I'd like to see another survey sent out with a clear description of what return to school looks like. So many things have changed, and so much new information has come in regards to COVID. Kids can now get it. That wasn't stated as a fact when we were forced to complete the request for VLA or flexible in person. Most of us didn't even know what VLA really was. Plus, many think they'll now be able to go back to work, but this plan is fluid. At any time, the cohort could be quarantined. Schools can't hold kids all day in their makeshift quarantine rooms and tents. These small details need to be transparent to all stakeholders. Thank you for your time.
All right, this is from Julie Everson, item 14C. Dear Board of Trustees and Superintendent Koska, I am a very involved parent of 3 NUSD students. I am writing a comment regarding the return dates to flexible in-person/hybrid learning. Other public school districts in Marin and also around the Bay Area have already had their elementary students return to the classroom, many this past week, and others are starting in October. We need to do better. I think a return date of November 30 is unacceptable. We need to get all of the elementary students back as soon as possible. As a parent, I am tired of hearing excuses. I'm tired of hearing the excuses that we aren't quite there. Those plans should have been addressed over the summer. I'm tired of hearing that it's the teachers' MOU negotiations or hearing from parents who could have chosen VLA, but didn't for some reason complain and only think of negative instead of solutions. We should have the safety plans that were outlined by the Marin Health Department and Marin County Office of Education approved, and we should be ready. The timeline seems way drawn out, and I just don't understand why. The students are struggling with remote learning. It's not working for many families. The students are also struggling with their emotional and social health. We've been patient with NUSD, but enough is enough. I urge you to follow the public health guidelines and pediatricians' advice and get the students back to campus safely. Also, let's also get a plan to get secondary students back as well. There are many classes at the high school level that are so difficult to learn in remote setting. When you proposed the 4x4 schedule, you knew the semesters were unbalanced. And is this why you don't even have high school starting hybrid until January? It's beyond disappointing. We really should be considering students' needs during this challenging time. I'm also concerned that NUSD is going to keep losing such great families to private schools or other options. This is a huge financial impact to the district. Thank you for your time. Best, Julie Everson.
This is from Vicki Breen, Return to School. Dear Board of Trustees and staff, I have been a primary teacher in Novato for over 20 years and I love teaching. I am writing this letter because I have some real concerns about reopening our schools before it is completely safe and that the hybrid model will do more harm than good. First, our school sites are not ready to open in the middle of a pandemic. The mindset of the district should be, we want no one to come down with this virus at school. It's been hard to find confidence in the district when all the decisions of safety and best practices are coming from documents and people that are not the frontline workers. Teachers know the small details and really need to be listened to during these difficult times. That means that the district needs to be extra cautious. That doesn't mean just giving teachers extra soap, paper towels, Purell, masks, and disinfecting wipes, because that is not enough. We need more assurance that the kids are not going to be touching the same hand-pumped paper towel dispenser where germs can spread. Each classroom needs hands-free paper towel and soap dispensers. Student desk dividers are necessary and not just needed for the teacher's desk. Personally, I never sit at my desk when I have students in my room. Again, these are the practical little details that must be looked at before children return to school. My second concern is just as important as the first, the hybrid model. After working remotely for a month and a half, I am realizing the hybrid model looks great on paper, but it will create a very large problem. Teaching remotely has many challenges, but at least I see my kids 2 to 3 hours daily where I can interact, monitor, teach new skills daily. If we were to move to a hybrid model, I would lose valuable daily instruction time with my students. Young children need to see their teacher daily. Right now, I see 100% of my kids daily, and we can move along with the curriculum as if we are in class. With the hybrid model, I would only be able to introduce new skills 3 days a week. There would also be a 4-day gap where these young students only see their teachers for a 20-minute check-in. Young children really are not mature enough to have 2 straight days without directed teacher lessons. With the learning gaps that I'm already seeing this year, students need to see their teacher daily, or the gap will continue to grow dramatically. My suggestion is to abide by all extra safety protocols to ensure teachers and families feel safe when children return. I also suggest not to bring students and teachers back until all students can return to school. A hybrid model will create much larger learning gaps. Respectfully, Vicki Breen.
All right, this is from Dina Johnson regarding going back to school. This entire year, I have been saying how much I want to go back to school because I do. I think that in-person learning is much more beneficial to students than online learning, and I would love to go back. But I strongly believe that students should go back to school in the second semester. I have scheduled my work, extracurricular activities, and college classrooms around the at-home virtual learning schedule. If we go back to school for the end of the first semester, many students will have their schedules messed up and have unnecessary stress added to their plates. As well, teachers will not be as prepared for the students as they would be if we were to go back the second semester.
This is from Kim Labazetta, Perspective. Looking at this from the perspective of both a teacher and a parent of 4 students in this district who are remote learning, it has been difficult to watch the discussions on various social media platforms regarding return to school. This is an ideal situation for absolutely no one. The only thing I want to say is that although our kids aren't necessarily reading these conversations, they certainly are hearing your discussions at home and with friends regarding this matter, and that matters a lot. They are already struggling with remote learning, and hearing how much we are quote unquote failing our kids does not help. They will struggle with hybrid as well, and will struggle to readjust and narrow the gaps that have occurred. This whole thing is not ideal, and our kids are struggling, we are struggling. Teachers are working harder than we can explain, and every teacher knows what I'm talking about. Parents are working and trying to maintain school at home simultaneously. What doesn't get mentioned a lot is the deadly airborne disease that is the cause of this. Not parents, not teachers, not the district, the disease. Lastly, teachers love your kids and have their best interest at heart. We are on the ground level and our voice matters. So please, if you have nothing nice to say, at least be mindful of who is listening when you say it. Respectfully, Kim Labazetta.
This is from Jay Story regarding high school campus use. While I appreciate that high school students will likely not see a return to on-campus instruction before the new year, it seems that high school sports teams are able to practice using school facilities, even though their seasons do not start until after the new year. I'm hoping the school will also allow students who participate in non-sports school programs, MSAs, theater, dance, and various bands to also utilize the campus for in-person lessons and training. If sports programs are able to do this safely, I'm not clear as to why non-sports programs are not given the same opportunities.
This is from Katie Galvez, returning to in-person instruction. Dear Board of Trustees, I am commenting on the approval of the in-person learning recommendation. I have 2 children in this district. I have been extremely involved in my children's school, volunteering and donating regularly for the past 6 years. I have been a proud supporter of public schools up until now. I am disappointed that the district and the union have prevented our children from their right to an education. Distance learning does not replace in-person learning. Teachers are essential. Education is an essential government service that our children deserve to have available to them. Being on an iPad for nearly 5 hours a day is unhealthy. Marin County Public Health came up with guidelines to reopen schools months ago. Why are we still trying to figure this out? NUSD is failing our children by continuing remote learning and by not coming up with a plan earlier. What really made me lose faith in the district is seeing in-person classes in private schools. I figured private schools would have the extra money to provide PPE, plexiglass, smaller class sizes, etc. What I found is that there are private schools doing in-person classes following the most basic guidelines developed by Marin County Public Health. I've seen classes of 20 students, desks 4 feet apart, no bigger than an NUSD classroom, no special plexiglass, no special ventilation, not hybrid, not quote unquote phased in, following the county guidelines. What these private schools don't have is the district/union politics that have prevented our children from getting the education and emotional health they deserve. The lack of transparency is particularly frustrating. Parents need to know what quote unquote safe looks like for the district and for NFT, because we are already able to meet county guidelines. We deserve to know what is stopping us from going back to school and what the steps are to get our kids back in school. We need to know what their schedule will look like so we can decide what is best for our children to continue to put faith in the district or to move to private schools. Trustees, I beg you to listen to the 87% of parents who opted for in-person learning and get our kids back in school.
This is from Robert D'Ambrosia in regards to return to in-person plans. Greetings and thank you, NUSD board members. Like many parents, I understand and appreciate you are facing hard decisions that no one would have predicted a year ago. We have done our best to stay abreast of announcements, but there seems to be a variety of sources. As such, I and other families I have talked to have concerns and wish to get some clarity about it. Some kids' classes are a mix of VLA and in-person students. We have heard the plan for return will be to have teachers instruct VLA students alongside simultaneously with in-person ones. VLA parents are, rightfully in my opinion, concerned that their kid will be disadvantaged as a teacher is unlikely to be able to give equal attention when split between in-person students and those sharing a Zoom computer screen. Can someone please give clarity on this? When we selected VLA last summer, we were told that our choice would be for the fall semester only and that we were not making a commitment for the spring. Knowing that spring plans are still being formed, will current VLA students be given equal priority for whatever in-person capacity is available next spring, or will students who selected in-person last summer be given higher preference? And I can just answer that last question. It's kind of a yes/no question. If you're in VLA, you have the option to remain in it for the entire year, or you have the opportunity to opt out at the semester. So that's the answer to that question.
This is from Steve Morlock, 14C, discussion on return to flexible in-person learning recommendation. Madam President, Madam Vice President, and other fellow trustees. My name is Steve Morlock, and I currently have a first grader at Pleasant Valley. Our daughter started in NUSD's early intervention program several years ago and has an IEP. Reese depends on in-person learning, push-in and pull-out sessions, as well as the social aspect of being in school on a daily basis with her fellow students. As parents of a child who is suffering mentally and emotionally from not being in school, my wife and I strongly urge the board to vote in favor of Superintendent Koska's recommendation to return to flexible in-person learning on the dates outlined in his plan. Our children must be in school. I am sure that virtual learning is working for some, and those parents are quite lucky. However, that is not a reason to keep schools closed. Not only have we seen the deterioration of our daughter's mental health, our relationship with our daughter has become an up and down emotional roller coaster. Young elementary students are not inclined to stare at an iPad for hours on end, especially in their own homes, surrounded by distractions. On the other end, we absolutely believe this virus is not something to be taken lightly. I know this as I am a paramedic in Marin County. However, we must weigh the risks of the virus against the irreparable damage we are placing on our innocent children. They are confused, depressed, anxious, and especially for elementary students, missing out on crucial months of education relative to their age. The state and county have greenlit reopening if safety measures are met. NUSD has no excuse to remain closed beyond the dates outlined by Superintendent Koska. I truly hope that negotiations with the NFT will not hold up reopening, as that would be a tragedy we will be ashamed of for years to come. We have waited long enough. The time to reopen is now. Sincerely, Steve Morlock.
This is from Catherine Taylor in regards to recommendation for return to flexible in-person learning. I'm writing to voice support for NUSD's recommendation for return to flexible in-person learning and to express my hope that the trustees will approve this plan. Our community and our district have worked diligently throughout the pandemic to get Nevada to the point where public health officials have deemed it safe for students and staff to return to school. For the state and county, that time has come. Despite the best efforts of the amazing NUSD staff, many of our most vulnerable students are struggling. Younger students cannot effectively manage distance learning. It is simply not developmentally appropriate nor effective. Every week we delay a safe return to school for our students. We are widening achievement gaps and furthering the already tremendous strain on families. It's time to go back to school. Thank you.
We're at 17 and a half minutes.
This is from Martin Fowler, hybrid schedule. To the board and all concerned community members, I implore you to seriously reconsider a hybrid schedule as an option for schooling. At this time, the case count and growth of COVID-19 may be lower overall, but its dangers are still extremely present and the effects no less sinister and deadly. Of course, we want to see all our students return to a semblance of normalcy, of social interaction, and more optimal learning experiences through in-person instruction. But the risk is simply not worth the return until we have a much more extensive testing options and contact tracing, for truly an effective vaccine. A hybrid schedule accomplishes nothing but introducing unnecessary harm while also obtaining only minimal improvement of instruction at best, while introducing a confusing and burdensome workload of adapting to yet another new system of teaching. Inevitably, cases will occur, and the right thing to do at that time will be to return to distance learning. Please spare everyone the tragedy of illness, as well as the frustration and nuisance of a less effective hybrid teaching system, rife with the anxiety induced by each day students spend in close indoor proximity to one another. We all long to return to better teaching, better learning, and a degree of safety and normalcy that will lower all of our blood pressures. A hybrid schedule accomplishes none of this and ultimately makes things worse. Please maintain the current remote schedule for the safety of all, and most importantly, our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We could do one more comment.
All right, I have a short one.
Okay.
This is from Gisela Guillen regarding kids need to be back in-person school. Why have other districts planned in advance like Miller Creek has? Why has that not been a priority here? Why the delay? Our kids are suffering and not doing well online.
All right, we're at 19 and a half minutes, so I'm gonna conclude, or do you have one more?
I can do a short one.
Okay.
From Erica Auden regarding return to school. As a single parent of a fourth grader in elementary school in Novato, I don't believe NUSD is ready to have kids return to school. There has not been clarification about ventilation, hiring of janitorial staff, how bathroom visits will be monitored and planned, and yet there is a push to return full time. It makes no sense and lacks safety measure planning. Why can't we wait to return until January 21 like Petaluma? If not, then can we look to have kids return for shorter days from 8:30 a.m. to 12:30 to avoid lunch eating with no masks process? And can we stay staggered 2 days a week and only until January 21? There should not be a rush to return to school when it is unsafe.
All right, thank you to both of you for reading those. That concludes our public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the board to have our discussion, and then staff is looking for direction and action item. Trustee Cooper.
Can we pull up the slide with the phases?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Did you?
Debbie, I'll go if you want me to.
No, Trustee Cooper's going to go.
Got it.
And then you'll be after him.
Thanks, Greg. I appreciate that. I'm sure I'll come up with a lot more questions as it goes on, but just a couple of thoughts. Thank you, Chris, for that presentation. I know these are really difficult times. Nothing as long as I've been on the board, this is by far the most difficult decision to make. We've heard so much data and reporting that our kids do so much better academically and socially when they're in our schools. Time and time again, that's been reported, and we know that. But we need to do it safely. So I appreciate what we've done. We've done a lot, but I have a couple questions about the safety, specifically the safety plans. Mm-hmm. My understanding is, could you just tell me kind of where we sit with those, and then I have a couple other questions about safety, but let's start with that.
Yeah. So Yancey's going to join us. I'll start. He can let me know if I get off track anywhere or if he has something to add. So all of our safety plans were due from our sites to the district office staff today. I anticipate that we've received all of those. We had a number of them in advance. Yancey, why don't you kind of give us an update of the one, not specifically, but the numbers that we had in advance, where those are with public health and where you see us going.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I've just received the last plan about an hour ago. And so I'm just reviewing it to make sure that all the key items are addressed and sending them off in the next 24 hours to public health. They've been taking about 2 to 3 days to turn around from public health. They go to the Marin County Office of Education first, and then on to public health for the final review. And so we're expecting later this week or next Monday for the approval of those. As soon as they are approved, they will be posted on each individual website, as well as a common website on the district's main COVID webpage. So if someone's looking for an individual one, they can come to the district website, or all parents can have that. They will also be sent out to all families by the site principals once they've been approved.
Okay, thank you for that. And so just to confirm, so if we get all of those approved back from MCOE and County Health, the County Health Department issued what they call the Marin County School Guidelines they revised it August 12th. That means that if the school plans or safety plans are approved, we're good to go as far as the health department is concerned, and we could open our schools accordingly based on their recommendations.
Based on their guidelines. Yeah.
Okay, it's ultimately our choice. A little bit more about safety, digging in a little bit further. The ventilation system, you mentioned the MERV 13, I believe, filters. Okay, so what are we doing? So the schools that have been renovated, thanks to Measure G, those are fine. We can get those filters in. What equipment are we putting in the other sites? Is it a big filter, portable filter?
So I'll let Yancey address that.
We'll be adding a portable air purifier with HEPA filter to all classrooms that have not had the upgrade to the MERV 13 filters in them. So each individual classroom will have an individual air purifier with a HEPA filter.
And we're going by whose guidance is in terms of number of times the air is circulated in each of our classrooms. I mean, it's different in elementary if you've got a cohort of 14, say, versus high school. So who is telling us, what guidance do we have about that? How many exchanges of air or whatever? And who? Oh, I'll wait for you to answer that.
Yeah, so that goes by the CDC guidance, which relies heavily on and I have to pull it up. The Association of Heating, Air Conditioning. I forgot the acronym, but it's CDC's guidance that notes what you need to do. Our cohort sizes are pretty standard in hybrid, between 10 and 16 students. So it's not usually the students, it's the size of the space and the amount of times that it's turned over. But I do need to clarify that CDC's guidance, one of the real focuses is on getting fresh air into those spaces. The MERV 13 filters and the HEPA filters are a secondary, the changes in controls on the HVAC system to improve the fresh air, and to the extent possible, keeping the doors and windows open when possible are going to be really important as well in those classrooms. But I think what Superintendent Koska noted, and especially around the updated guidance from CDC, staff believed that these additional procedures were necessary.
Okay, and then one final question. I appreciate it, President Butler. Are we having any outside, I'll call them a consultant, come in and verify these units that we have and the filters that we're proposing or have actually do what they're supposed to do? Because ultimately, you're right, the air in the classroom is critical with this.
So we've worked with our construction management as well as the engineers that supported this project through DSA to ensure that those devices can handle the MERV 13 filters and give the appropriate level of filtration in that. They they had concerns on the other sites that the units would not handle the MERV 13 units at the 9 other sites. And that's why we went to that secondary measure of adding the individual air purifiers to the classrooms.
I guess it might be a good idea at some point to have some testing agency come in possibly, and after it's some period of time, just come in and verify that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Because on paper, hey, they're supposed to do it, but it's critical that, I mean, we're talking about students and teachers, and so
absolutely.
Those are all my comments for right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cooper. I think I got all mine answered right there. Trustee Mack.
Tom, those are great questions. Thank you. Along the same lines, but more from a facilities perspective, we're going to be doing all these plans, and I'm glad to hear they're all getting in and we're getting ready to go. Thank you, Yancy. Is there, what's our process once those plans are submitted for us to, and I know we've done this once already, but now to go out and tour the facilities for compliance from a facilities perspective with those plans? Is that something we plan to do soon, or have we already done it effectively?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Yeah, we have hired an outside consultant to come in, work with our sites, and then ultimately go through that 30-point plan that's been approved by the county and ensure that that all the points have been addressed on the campuses. But that's going to be in addition to Superintendent Koska, myself, and the executive teams being out there. We have gone the extra step on supporting those sites, as a thought partner, and as well as ensuring that that 30-point plan will be in place. The other thing is each site has a task force. It's required within the plans, and those task force are tasked with ensuring that those plans are being followed, and more importantly, addressing when some of the things that we may have thought of with best intentions, we can find a better way to do it. And as Superintendent Koska noted, that's one of the things we'll be doing in the staggered return, is looking at all those different things, how they're going, and how we can improve those. And so the nice thing about those safety plans is they're made to be consistently adjusted when additional guidance or additional information is found. So we think we have several levels of looking at that, which we appreciate.
So some of the more obvious things are going to be ensuring desks are the proper distance apart. There's routing that's clear to provide the proper routing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I won't even pretend to know what they are, all of them, but just want to make sure that we actually go through each one and make sure every single campus, which has its own unique challenges, some with purely internal rooms, are compliant with the plan. So thank you. I would like regular updates on that if we can establish some sort of a weekly cadence, even if it means loading us up with 200 pages of stuff to read. I think as Tom mentioned, this is a very unique time. We need to start reading this stuff in detail is what I'm trying to say. We always read things, but we've got to get into the details here. We really need to understand what's going on. And then one other thing I was going to ask is, so you mentioned the task force on each campus. Would it be feasible? Does it make sense for them to kind of coalesce as a group to share best practices across campuses? So maybe you're already doing that, but just a thought to share out there, just because they can always learn from each other.
Yeah, I think we can look at that. I also know that our sites are meeting together, our site principals, and they're going over the feedback that they're getting. We also have some common staff across, including a couple of nurses that are sitting on multiple of those site teams, and they'll be bringing some of the good information back, as well as we talk about this in our district leadership team meetings as well, and our individual administrative elementary and secondary team meetings. So I think that's good to consider, but I also want you to know that that is happening in other ways as well.
Yeah, okay. And last question, I apologize. I thought it was that last one, but I can't recall if the requirements are that we do temperature checks. Can you clear me up on that?
The Marin County and CDC guidance does not require temperature checks.
Okay. Just want to get that out there because I know some people talk about it.
Does that conclude your question?
Yes,
comment?
thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks. Anybody else? I can't. Oh, Trustee Gasson. There we go. And then Trustee Miller.
So I'll just follow up on some of the things Trustee Mack said. Just, I went to all the elementary schools, and it was over the span of about 2 weeks. So I went from a school that was just starting to get set up to the last one today. One of the things I thought was cool, and I don't recall now if it's been actually mentioned in public, but they have these QR codes. So when you go to the schools locations, you use your phone, and then there's a QR that you put your camera up on, and then it has questions to answer from each of the sites. And I thought that was a helpful layer, so that they're tracking who's going to, who's there. You say, no, I don't have any symptoms. I don't know. I've done so many of them. I don't remember the questions exactly, but that's another element that I thought was very useful. And, another step that we've done, I think, beyond what maybe other locations might have done already. My comments in terms of this whole schedule that's in front of us, I like a lot of things about it. I think it's important that we get certain kids back on campus earlier. One of the things, and I understand from hearing some dialogue tonight about the concerns with the high school level and different kids at different grade levels being in the same classes. But one of my biggest concerns at this point is knowing a lot of kids that are not doing well and trying to figure out a methodology for getting those kids with a teacher in having an hour or two on campus time, that we can have those teachers meeting with those students just to try to check in and to get them at least back in a place where they're doing a little bit better. Hearing the statistics at Sinaloa for how many kids have 3 or more Fs right now was very upsetting to me. And I can even say I'm very pleased. As many people know, I have a 6th grader myself and an 8th grader. That the 6th grade, it's hard. It was hard for my oldest even before COVID hit and she was going to school. So having those kids go back on campus, I think, is important, and I appreciate that that's being considered in this plan. One of the adjustments, in general, that I was wanting to try to put forward is moving things up a little bit. I know that in elementary school that there's a little bit of an issue with the week of parent-teacher conferences, which is right before that week of Thanksgiving. So I know that there's probably consideration for why these dates were picked for that purpose. But when I looked at the 7th graders coming back after the first of the year, again, trying to get as many kids as we can as possible, I thought it would be a little bit, I have the 14th. I'm assuming I'm not sure what I meant by the 14th. It could be December 14th, but I feel like that's too close to the holiday. Anyway, so I had circled 6th, 7th, and 9th is going back sooner. I understand 9th now after Chris explained, or Superintendent Koska explained that. But these are just dates, and what I am struggling with at the moment is not understanding what our end game is. Like, I know I would obviously getting everybody back to school full time, but I don't see that presented. So I'm missing that piece. And the other piece that I'm missing is all of the different information on what hybrid will be. So while in theory, I love this, that we're trying to get kids back on school, my concern is some of the models that I've seen and some of the information I've heard either from my school site, from different places, there are some models that my kid and everybody else's kid are going to get less live instruction with their teacher. And so that hangs me up on being able to say, hey, this is a great plan. Because if we're going into a plan where it is less time for my kid and more time alone, and I'm not certain that that's better. I don't know how to articulate that any better than that. The third thing I wanted to bring up is the sense in the community and the public and teachers of what our schools look like now. And I wish I had gone to the middle schools. I kind of know what Sinaloa is doing. I know Hamilton, but I think we need to, there's a lot of uncertainty in the community because they don't physically see what's happened at each school site. And I think it's important, you know, and I'll speaking to the whole community, you know, ask your school site. I mean, there's a lot of things that have been done that are I think will make you feel better when you walk onto the campus and you see that there's directional arrows, there's thought going into how kids are going to be coming in, how the desks are all spread out. You know, some have tapes. And actually I meant to mention to Trustee Mack, it was interesting to go to school sites and knowing that there was a person that must have been the reason that certain things happened, like having a color for a certain section of their school, they follow that color to where they need to go. And there's, you know, there's a lot of thought that's going into this. And yeah, there's not going to be some stuff that will just happen as things evolve because parents, for whatever reason, missed that they were supposed to come in at one door and they went out the other. So it'll improve as we get along. But I think that there's a lot more safety protocols in place than the perception currently is in our community. So having gone to those locations and not being able to go further myself, doing you know, these checks and stuff like that, I felt pretty good about it. And I felt good from where they were 2 weeks ago to the last one I did today. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Trustee Gasson. Superintendent Koska, any response to like if this was to be approved tonight, steps going forward in regards to communication? Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, a couple of things. We are currently working on a photo montage that'll go out towards the end of this week that highlights the safety precautions that we've taken, that we've put into place across our district. This is going to be more of a general montage. It's an NUSD presentation of general safety precautions across the district. So this isn't going to be site specific at this point. Prior to our schools returning, each of the school sites will be working with us to put out their own sort of virtual safety tour of what's happened on their unique campuses to show our community exactly what's happening on each of our campuses, so that school's parents and students can see what's in place there at the place that they will be showing up to attend school. So we've heard the community. They need to. There's the lack of information about what has happened. As many times as we've tried to explain it with words, it hasn't been enough. And so we need to make it something that's more visible and more accessible to our community. So we're working on that, and you'll have something in general about the district by the end of the week that I think captures some of the emotion that Diane felt as she walked around the campuses early and then late, you know, seeing the progress and seeing how far we've come. So I think we'll capture that how far we've come part.
Okay, thank you for addressing that. Trustee Millerick.
A couple of things. Yep, I'm off mute. First, I would like to look at this through the lens of our teachers, and my daughter is a teacher, and so I happen to have this lab that I get to watch pretty close. When I've talked to a lot of instructors around Novato and taken the time to distance talk to them. So in my daughter's class, the students get on and the internet fails and it, quote, glitches out. And so she's taken to, her and many other teachers have taken to pre-recording their classes onto YouTube and then playing the YouTube so the student can download the YouTube, and then they present the lecture according to the normal exercise. So by some rough measure, she's doing double the work that she was doing before. I was over to the San Marin High School, and the art teacher is standing out in the parking lot Friday afternoon waiting for students to drive by to pick up their art supplies. So I was talking to her, and she said basically of her peers, when students can't get the material for their class, drive out to the student's home and then present the material at the doorstep so the student can do the work. So in general, my sense is teachers are doing twice as much work now as they were doing before. This job is extraordinarily difficult in order to engage students. And they're not driven by union politics or school. They're driven by the heart and the relationship they have with the students that they have made a career of teaching and helping through life. So every conversation we need to have, and the same thing can be said about every janitorial or maintenance worker or planner who's put those little dots all over campus and all the plastic shields. The amount of work that's gone into getting ready to even talk about reopening is extraordinary. And to look at this and say there's been some failing of the teaching staff or the support staff in terms of delivery is just a completely misvisioning of the whole thing. Maybe Chris screwed up or Yancey screwed up or we screwed up. That's okay. There's probably some of that. But at the front line, we have an extraordinary district that is committed to the success of our students. And we should look at everything we look at through the lens of that extraordinary commitment. So in light of that, Diane pointed out that her kids are getting less than she would like them. So the fact is, in my household, I'm old enough that I'm in a risk group. If I get infected, the odds are in my household, if I get COVID in my household, the odds are pretty high that one of us is going to pass away. This is a life-threatening situation. There are companies in Nevada who have businesses that are closing. They have no other choice. There are essential workers whose jobs completely disappeared. If you're an airline stewardess or a steward, as of I think this week, you're out of work. There are people that are going to have terrible consequences to what's happening. That we have minimized the impact to our students is wonderful. But as Diana pointed out, there are students who are still getting 3 Fs at middle school. And that's not okay, that a student gets 3 Fs at middle school. So as much as the at-home instruction has been a good project, it's not enough. And if it was enough, I would say take this whole plan and push it off till 2021. But there are students who are, and my daughter explained, she says, look, I'm teaching them a math equation and I just can't walk around to their side and see that they put the parentheses in the wrong place. And it's a simple mistake and they can't figure it out. And if I could be there, I could get them through that hard spot. But what happens is they get frustrated and then the computer glitches out and they disconnect and they're one of the students that are getting the 3 Fs. So trying to teach just from home is not enough. We have to do both, but we're not going to be as good at it as when we were everybody in classrooms. Students are going to get less. It's just because there's so much more demand. We have to figure out how to help parents be the fill-in, how after next year we're going to learn to do some catch up because kids lost it this year, but we have to do our very best possible. And the question is that going faster or going slower? It's clearly not trying, and it's clearly not going to the point where you create a COVID typhoon and everybody in Nevada gets sick. So we have a compromise solution. The superintendent's presented as the compromise solution. He's trying to pick the best of both worlds. I hear him focus on the students that are most at need first, the students that are most capable of getting through this, the high school students, because they're adults and know how to use computers and they're more capable, best. So the question is this the compromise solution we need? Because we're going to end up with some compromise solution. And in my sense, I don't want to blame the teachers, absolutely not the teachers or the students, but I want to say is if the superintendent says this is the right model and I think it should be a week sooner or a week slower, I pay him to make those decisions. I'm going to stand up for the program that he's presenting because I'm not smart enough to adjust it 1 week or another, one direction or another. And oh, by the way, I think by the time we get to December, it's going to be different anyway. I think this is just our first best cut. This has to be an extremely flexible response because every day, and I think somebody here suggested it, the cohort groups on each campus need to take and do lessons learned at least once a week, get that information to everybody else on the district, get that information cross-trained, be able to the next week do a better job because you learned for a week and move forward. So this is going to be a really demanding project. But after listening to the superintendent's presentation, I'm prepared to support the plan he's put forward as our working plan going forward, and thank every teacher I can find for taking the extra effort to deliver in this just extraordinary time, and find ways to take those students who are getting 3 Fs and put somebody to sit next to them with a mask on and help them understand how they can be more effective in moving their own life forward. So I'm ready to support this. That's where I am.
Can I just make a clarification to what was said that I said, and I could have misspoken.
I put words in your mouth, and I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to clarify that the instruction my girls are getting, and from people I mean, they're right now they've got a good chunk of time. My concern was that I don't understand the hybrid model. Some of the hybrid models and how that's structured, there's the potential that they won't get as much in-person time with the teachers. So that's the element that I'm hung up on. I understand that that's not the conversation for tonight, but that is why I mentioned it, because them going back to school might mean that they have that less one-on-one with their teachers, and that I am concerned about. There's been different conversations of whether half the kids are getting lessons in class while the others remote, but if that's not happening, that's to me that's impactful. The other is the flip, I think it's called flip learning model, whether that's happening. Those are the elements that will impact how much time your students or your kids have.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think it's good. Put those questions in front of the instructors, and they'll figure out a way to maximize what they can deliver. We have great teachers, but it's a good question. I mean, I don't want to diminish your point. And if I did, I apologize.
Any other trustees want to reflect on this? Trustee Now.
So I can be brief. I find myself in the interesting position of basically agreeing with everybody and everything that's been said, including much of the public comment. I think I have an understanding and a perspective of where everybody is coming from. For me personally, this whole thing is much larger than the Nevada Unified School District and the problems that we have. I can tell you personally, in the private sector and my personal business, this is affecting 1 out of every 5 people as far as their employment. I think we're all looking forward to tougher times ahead in general. I think Trustee Miller mentioned the airline stewardess, for instance, because supports are going away, etc. So this problem is not us. We shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves so much about this. This is an issue that is outside of our control, and everyone is doing the best that they can. I know you guys like to make fun of me whenever I agree with Trustee Mulrick. I actually really do. The approach is right. Even if you take the work we've been doing with our staff, the MOU, for instance, I mean, 99% of it we're in agreement on. There's just some control issues here and there, but it's also an example of like how much staff and the board and the teachers themselves have had an opportunity to discuss these issues, and everything that's in this plan, a lot of it has come from that working together and trying to make things as safe as possible in an effort to get our kids back into school, where I think we will do a better job. I know there's some things that need to evolve. There's some questions about hybrid, this and that, but I think we're going to be able to work through those. Is it going to be perfect? Of course not. And I don't think anybody out there really expects it to be. We're all frustrated. We're all sort of disappointed. When it comes to mistakes, it's the benefit of hindsight is not having it when you're in a brand new situation that we've not had to address before. Everyone's intentions have been well-meaning and to do the right thing. And things that might be associated around delay or this idea or that idea that turned out not so well was based on having to be put in a position to make a decision where not all the facts were in and not all the experience was known at the time. So I support the plan. I would put me on the side of trying to get kids back into school as safe as possible. I don't want to, I think you guys covered a lot of the details, and I think everyone participating in this process has brought up these details. And I think working together, we're going to be able to overcome these issues. So I look forward to supporting it, and doing it to the best of our ability as we do it for the first time in the history of Nevada Unified School District. We will be implementing a reentry plan in a pandemic. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Now. Trustee Aguila, do you? Yeah. And then I'll go to Trustee Gasson. I see your hand. You're muted, Maria.
Sorry, thank you. Not to add more confusion, but I wanted to know if this is for today, this is the plan going forward. If for some reason something changes, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with you and that we all know this, that if something changes, or that something could change by the beginning of the first day. So if Governor Newsom says something to us regarding anything, this is not set in stone, and that we can change it and follow safety procedures, correct?
Yeah, so I tried to highlight the most predictable changes. The changing between the tiers in Marin County, the unfortunate positive case at a school site, or multiple cases, single case in a cohort, multiple cases at a school site, multiple schools in a district. Those are sort of the obvious procedural things that are outlined by the state, that if these things happen, then these are the changes that you make. There's also the stuff that you talk about, Maria, the other stuff that we can't control. So Governor Newsom makes a big change to the policy. We've obviously got to follow that. Some huge change from the Center for Disease Control in Washington, D.C., or wherever they're based, probably Atlanta. Then we have to follow those rules and guidelines, and all of those things can adjust that. Don't anticipate that, but heck, we didn't anticipate us being anywhere near where we are right now, right? So we've got to be open knowledge that there are things that could change this. The most likely ones are outlined in the plan to help the community understand what's most likely to change things.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Gasson? And then we'll bring this back around.
Actually, I saw Trustee Mack wanted to, do you want to go first? Or
you can go ahead. I was just going to kind of make my little pitch, if you will, but go ahead. Or I can do it, whatever you want to do.
Just go, Diane.
Okay. So I want to go back to one of, I know I said a lot earlier, but there's still belief in the community or thought that the original plan, and I know things are shifting and everything, was that we would do the hybrid for 6 weeks and then we would go to full return. So what is, if this plan goes forward with these dates as presented, what is the next step then? Or what is, in these uncertain times of not knowing, is the intent then to try to morph into more on full-time return?
It's a great question. The answer to it is that at some point I would need to bring her. It sounds like the board wants to continue to be involved in these decisions about how and when we're bringing kids back to campus. So I would need to work with the board and make a determination about when's the right time for me to bring this back to the board as an agenda item. Just thinking about the calendar, I would expect that most likely it would be a December topic. Because then we're about a month before we go, before the bulk of our kids are coming back to online learning. and then we would have some experience based on what's happened with the first couple of stages. So that would be my recommendation, is that I bring a recommendation for bringing all kids. We'd also have some data. We'd know how things were trending in Marin County in California. All that information would help us make a more informed decision. I mean, the reality is that we could currently bring all of our kids back onto campus, you know, within Marin County Public Health guidance. We're not doing that because we don't, you know, we're not feeling like we're ready to make that step. So we would need to see where we were at that point relative to the guidance and get your input.
Okay, I feel like I know it's really hard because things do change, but I think part of this needs to be just the expectation to set out in the community. You know, we're doing this piece, and if that 6 weeks is off the table, we need to make it clear so that people can plan accordingly, or, you know, as much information that we can give and market as of this date, this is what we can do, or what we know.
So I can say right now that we shouldn't consider that 6 weeks. I mean, if we did 6 weeks for TK, that would have them back before we went to winter break, and I don't think we'll be in a place to say that. So, you know, if it helps to say to the community right now that as we accept this reentry plan, we're making a change from that 6 week plan. That was part of a very different earlier plan. I'm happy to say that right now, that this is that 6 week transition period is not something that's included in this reentry plan as recommended.
Okay, I'm going to move on to Trustee Mack.
Yeah, I just wanted to wrap up. So because I do think it's important for us as a group, as a board, to acknowledge the really hundreds of emails we received. I mean, I know we've received a lot. I know all of us are good about reading them, especially when they are not form emails. These are from people's hearts. Every one of these is coming from the heart of someone who has a very important point to make. And like Trustee Nell said, I can't disagree with any of them. Every single one of them is right. The problem is they directly contradict each other. And so here we are, 7 of us. We got to make a decision on what to do. I'll be completely candid. Going into this process, I'm in corporate America. Corporate America is not going back into an office until summer of 21. But this isn't corporate America. Corporate America can do remote. It's easy, or easier, let's put it that way. This is also much more critical. It also has a much more of a ripple effect on families, obviously. So I've spent a lot of time talking to Chris, talking to teachers, not talking to other trustees. That would be a Brown Act violation. But basically, I'm talking to a lot of parents as well. And what I've really picked up is you cannot make how do I put this, a monolithic judgment on what to do. You can't just say all kids need to be back in class now. The opposite, you can't say all kids need to be just distance all year. There's groups of students have different needs, both in terms of where they are emotionally, where they are economically, where they are family situation, and where they are growing up in age, and also their family situation. So no single plan really works, and that's what really got me thinking about breaking it down. And really, I see kind of 3 groups that are out there. Number one is our at-risk students. Absolutely. Chris, you brought it home talking about the kids that are getting Fs and how it's just spiked. And like Diane said, that just terrifies me. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's just bad. So it really hammers home the need for us to get on the point of the spear for some of these kids, get them in as quick as possible. We need to get working. We need to track them down, help them out, et cetera, et cetera. So, the at-risk students, whether it be economically or grades, but then kind of breaking it into primary and secondary. Problem with my approach there is that middle school is in that middle gap, and Chris and I have talked about this, and I still don't know the answer to that one. That one's a tough one. But when I look at the two ends of that spectrum, the true primary and the true secondary, it's pretty straightforward. Primary, small cohorts, pretty straightforward to do. As well, it really helps parents out. These are the kids that are least likely to be able to stay home while mom or dad works. So we can really do a lot of good for the community in that regard. And also just, it's more critical for them to be together. I think our older students, as much as they want to be in class right away, and I want them in class, they're more resilient as well. They have, their schedule makes it almost impossible for us to cohort them, especially when you throw in MSA and STEM and all the various electives that we want our kids to take. And then when I talk to teachers, I really had another light bulb moment. They are, especially at the high school level, they're firmly in belief that hybrid is a step backwards from distance. At least with distance, they have a consistent approach where they're able to work with these kids on a regular basis, whereas hybrid, they have reduced minutes, and as well, we're introducing risk, and we still can't really manage that the cohort situation like we can at the primary level, at the elementary level. So it's really become clear to me that there's really two different ways to approach this. The other thing that I've really picked up that really makes sense, I think we all know this, but you need to have it told to you to really understand, or to have a light bulb go off. And that is that we shouldn't make any changes at the high school level until we're at a semester break. We're in 4x4 learning right now. And as you heard earlier, for us to do a change in our approach, our process, our minutes, right in the middle of the fall semester would be beyond difficult. And I think no matter what we do with the high school, nothing happens, nothing changes until we have the winter break and we go into another semester. So that's what I like about what the plan here is that's presented, phases 1 through 5. I generally agree with everything on it. I have little things at the margin that Chris knows about that I'd love to change. I think Diane might too, to be honest. But really, I can tell you right now, I'm fully in support of phases 1 through 3. And I'm ready to go. Let's just go on that. The only thing I might say is that for phases 4 and 5, I might call it phase 4+ and kind of give it a TBD, with us resolving to have a plan for it by December 5th, or the December meeting. And then with the idea that we would not implement it any sooner than 30 days beyond that. So the point being that we take a little more time to sort out our secondary plan, because boy, there's a lot to work on there. And 2, we commit to a date by which we're going to do it, and we say we're not going to implement it without less than 30 days notice, so to speak. So basically, I mean, that kind of gets me to emotion. So here I am. I'd absolutely like to move that we approve phases 1 through 3, but I'd ask us to pause on phases 4 and 5, where we're committed to resolve how we're going to handle phases 4 and 5 in January. And we're going to commit to doing that by the meeting in December. And I'm sorry, Diane, you made me think of one more thing and then I'll give it to you. Sorry. One other thing that I really think is important, and I'm hearing mixed reactions to this, but personally, it just seems important to me, especially at the high school level. And I've heard the high school teachers, they want to do this. I want to encourage the teachers to get into the classrooms. I know we can't mandate it. I know we shouldn't mandate it. Every family's got a different situation. There's high risk families out there. We can't force it, and we shouldn't. But I really want to encourage the teachers to be in the classroom for 2 reasons. One, so that when they're doing distance learning, that the students see that classroom, and that's where they're going to be, and they really get excited about it. And 2, the teachers are together to collaborate, albeit 6 to 8 feet apart, but they're there. I know they're doing it already virtually, but to have them work together on campus as a team, I think helps. And last but not least, especially at the high school, and I've heard this from the high school teachers, they are absolutely open to the idea of having a limited number of kids in their classroom that are at risk, or that they've identified kids are getting Fs. maybe they're not at risk, maybe they're not unduplicated, you know, but they need to come in. And so that's part of what I want to help it try to solve between now and the first meeting in December. So go ahead, Diane, sorry.
Well, wait, Trustee Mack, you have a motion on the floor.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So your motion, I want to make sure, I don't want to speak for you, but you're saying to approve phases 1, 2, and 3, pause at 4 and 5 to bring those phases back in December to see where we stand at that
With
time,
the further
or-
clarification that we would not enact anything for at least 30 days after that meeting in December. So we don't get the same issue we had before where people thinking, oh, we're going to start on December 5th. No, we're not.
Can I try talking Greg into adopting the whole schedule and have the back half be tentative for the review date of December, but adopt the whole schedule so people see as far forward as possible? Would that be okay? I mean,
yeah, that's fine, Ross. I like that. That's I mean, I just think we need more time to work on those last 2 phases.
I absolutely agree. I just want to let people see as far forward as we possibly can.
Okay, so I have a possible amendment to the motion.
I'll let Greg restate the motion.
Oh boy.
Since
how'd you say it, Ross?
Well, I said adopt the whole schedule, but have a board meeting on just the 1st of December to review the final dates with the superintendent.
To be approved and not enacted any sooner than the beginning of the winter semester.
Close enough.
Okay.
I mean, I would second that.
Okay, so a first by
There it
Trustee
is.
Mack and a second by Trustee Miller. I want to have staff have an opportunity to respond to that a little bit before I call for the motion or call for the vote, excuse me. Superintendent Acosta, do you want to add anything to that?
I had a quick question too, and maybe you'll address this, Chris, but my question would be if December 4th, I don't have a calendar here, but if that's the meeting, is that sufficient time to do any,
December 1st is the first board
December 1st, okay. If that's enough time for structuring schedules, because part of what I'm hung up on is some middle school models that will impact what gets done, and I just don't know when those schedules get set up. So that would be a question for that element.
Sure.
Yep.
President Butler.
Trustee Nell, yep.
So I'm going to speak against the motion and the concept. I understand the good intentions. I think that the intentions are already in the plan. And I do want to hear from staff on their ideas about the timing in December, about bringing things back to the board. I don't think anyone on the board wants to absolve themselves of oversight or responsibility throughout the process of the implementation of this plan. Trustee Mack is correct to point out the complication with secondary in this particular area, but I have a sense that staff has thought this out already. And so maybe rather than try to actually amend this plan, I think Trustee Miller said, let's adopt the schedule. And I think we're trying to insert some sort of mandatory meeting or something. I'm okay with a special meeting, an extra meeting to have time to think and mull it over. But I just don't want to interfere with what I think has much of it has already been thought out, and so many people have put into this, staff, not just district staff, but teachers and parents. I think we go ahead and adopt it and move forward, and then we should probably just be asking staff about when they want to bring reports and information back and how they think we should be handling oversight. So that would be my suggestion, but I won't vote for this particular.
So I'll because when I break it down, what Ross and I came up with, what Ross came up with and I agreed to, in a sense, the piece we're adding on is really just agenda planning, right, Debbie, in a sense?
Yeah, in some respects, yeah.
So really it's approving it as is, but then beyond the motion, let's just make sure in agenda planning, we're going to dive into phases 4 and 5 and how they're going to work. And
Staff would like to be more, I mean, you're saying the trustees would like to be a little more involved in this.
Yeah, because I'm not entirely sure it's going to work.
Well, and I was touching on that too. I feel like you know, I know it's so hard because there's so many moving pieces, but for me, if we go to this hybrid, it was always supposed to be temporary. When we were designing it, like in elementary and everything, it was supposed to be more temporary. I know that it's hard to predict what's going to happen. You know, everyone's talking about, you know, going on vacation on Thanksgiving and coming back, and, you know, the potential outbreaks from that, which as a side note, I will say social media is making this so much worse because everybody's seeing what everybody's doing in these parties of 30 people and everybody hugging and climbing on each other is just making this all a nightmare. But I want to know if I'm fine with this right now. I wish it would move a little bit, but my concern is that we're going to be perpetually in a hybrid model that does not necessarily function really well. I look at the models that I've seen as a step back, and I'm still not clear how teachers are going to do, you know, having some kids at the campus and some at home. I don't understand that. So that is my hang up, and why I think Chris had mentioned earlier that we could look at it at a different time to help maybe get that a little bit better understood. So for me, the hang up right now in me agreeing to this whole thing is not understanding what is the school going to look like in a hybrid model, A, and B, then what? Are we going to go back? Are we going to take steps to add more and more kids to come back or not?
Trustee Cooper?
Thanks. Yeah, it's difficult. I think I really like what Trustee Nell suggested. I think staff has put a lot of effort into this, and I would be supportive of moving forward with this tonight. Although I would like to, aside from the motion, keep the motion clean. Just suggest, as I think Trustee Mack suggested, let's do something in agenda planning so that we circle back in the first meeting in December, or we have a special meeting in December. But I prefer to keep this clean. I think staff has done a good job. Sure, the whole thing is dynamic. I don't think none of this is cast in stone. It's going to change again. But I think this is where we start now.
Let's maybe hear from Elizabeth real quick, and then I'll chime in.
Thank you. Sorry, this is really fast. I just wanted to say I've been thinking long and hard about this one. And I just wanted to respond to Trustee Mack's proposition by saying I couldn't agree more with what you had to say. Logistically, and thinking about how Diane was a little bit hung up on the whole hybrid situation, I think that managing students when we start out with the younger grades in a more controlled variable allows us to successfully have a trial that can predict the future outcome of the students. So I think when the time comes, we can be more prepared. And I understand the fear that comes with the unknown at the beginning. I think that commitment is key. And when it comes to having a district style that's foundationalized on equity, I think that the individual need of each focus group is something that has been very taken into consideration, and I appreciate that. I just think that we don't need to overcomplicate the fact that we should adopt a plan and ponder the specifics when it comes down later in line. But I think right now, I feel like we have a good foundation. It just needs to be planning the specifics at this point. So I would say from a student perspective, and I know as a senior, I'm sure that people would back me on this, don't be afraid to move forward. Just really think about the logistics when you get there.
So
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. One of the reasons I want us to commit now to the best timeline we can is that I've just heard repeatedly from the community that they need to know. You know, I mean, from the community that wants us back 2 months ago, they need to know when our kids are going to be back. And to the community that wants a slow, staggered response, they need to start wrapping their head around when kids are going to be back, and they need to do their best planning based on that. And I think we owe it to our community to be responsive to that thing that's the commonality in this situation is people are saying they need to know. This living in limbo has been really, really hard for families. It's been hard for kids. This gives people an opportunity to plan as best we can, given the best information that we have available. And so that's why it was so important for me to build out a plan that says pre-K through 12th grade, this is what the plan looks like. And you may agree that it's the best plan, or you may think that it's a terrible plan, but at least there's a plan that lets you know when your kids are going to go back to school. And these are the variables that are most likely to change it. And we want to tell you about those up front. You know, I've heard the claims of NUSD is moving the goalpost. You know, you're dragging this out. You know, you're rushing. You know, I've heard all those things. And I think that's the beauty of us giving everybody a time, you know, given what we know right now, based on, you know, these are the variables that can change it, but these are the dates in the absence of those variables changing things. I think that does something great for our community that they need. I read all those emails just like you've read all those emails. That's the one common thread. Give us the dates. So yep. I think that's why that's so important.
All right, so just to remind, we do have the motion on the table of Trustee Nell's, or excuse me, Trustee Mack motion. Is there any amendment between the maker of the motion?
So Greg, do you want to just clarify it and say we're adopting the plan with an inserted review date of December 3rd, make it so it's more positively worded? I would follow your lead on that.
Right.
Can I don't recall, Chris, did you say, is that sufficient time for anything to be done? Like, I mean, I don't want to pick that date and then we can't change whatever model is being presented for middle school or high school or whatever. I mean,
we do have a couple of principals in the waiting room. So Dr. Sims, Principal Wallace, if you guys are still hanging out there, I can't see the list.
I see them. Yep, they're here. Their pictures are here. They might be
sleeping.
Here. Oh, okay.
Hey, if you could share your screen so we can see you, that'd be great. Share your camera. Yeah. Jeff, from a scheduling perspective, if the board were to make some sort of change on December 3rd or December 1st, would that impact your ability to make your master schedule for semester 2?
If we had a full month to build our master schedule, I believe that would be enough time for us to be able to prepare. So that would be, I believe that would be fine for us. High school, I can't speak to, but middle school, I believe that would be enough time.
Okay, Dr. Sims?
I think we can make that happen, yes.
Okay.
I would prefer to, I'm supportive of this, and I think we need to give staff some leeway here. I think the staff has heard the board completely that we want to be a part of this solution and moving forward, and the hybrid piece is a concern of this board. I would like to give them some flexibility though. Staff has obviously heard, as Chris said, has heard the community, knows the community wants an answer and is looking for some definite points to be made. I would like to give staff as much leeway as we can, but move it to agenda planning where I can work with Chris to get this information back to the board in some way. I don't want to hang up on this December date if we have to. I would like to have some flexibility for both myself and planning the agendas and for staff.
Well, the motion's really just going to be about the plan. Everything else that I was talking about now is really off the motion, and it's really more about agenda planning.
Okay. So I just want to make sure the rest of the board is comfortable with that.
Ross?
I agree with Trustee Nelson.
I want to adopt the plan as presented by staff and have a process for the board conversation that's going to occur around December 1st.
For phases 4 and 5, right?
Yeah.
Hey, here's what I anticipate, and I could be very wrong. I anticipate that we have the same conversation again on December 3rd, and I truly don't see how it adds value. What I would suggest is we monitor stuff between now and whenever, And when the need arises for us to have a discussion, it comes up through agenda planning with you sharing with Debbie your interest in us bringing something to the board. And we hold that meeting. It could be in November, it could be in December, it could be in January. You know, we've made this, we're on the cusp of me providing you with a recommendation and you supporting that recommendation. I don't understand why the 7th, 8th, I'm just trying to think of who's in those groups, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, why they get that special consideration that before we bring them back, we have a special meeting to discuss it. I don't understand all of the thinking behind that. And what's going to change between now and then that's gonna alter that potential outcome. So I'm just a little confused.
My view is I would like to put on the agenda for our first meeting in December, a review of where we stand.
Yeah,
that's an agenda.
That's okay.
Well, for me,
then the motion that then the plan is presented is fine with me. But Greg, it's your motion. So what do you think?
Well, I was just going to say, Chris, for me, the answer, what I'm looking for is I am not clear, and as a result, I'm not convinced yet that hybrid's going to work in the high school environment. That's where I'm at.
Why don't we figure out, instead of making that determination now, why don't between now and then we figure out what the hybrid model looks like?
That's where I'm going. Yeah, exactly.
And get that to you. So
on that,
you know, here's my recommendation is that you approve the plan and you let me work with the board president to figure out how we build the agendas to make sure that you guys are getting the information that you need in a timely way moving forward, versus us trying to manufacture a process with a lot of missing pieces right now. Because that's what I feel like we're trying to do.
That's fine. It's just that I just want to leave you the main takeaway for me.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
And really was hammered in my head, and I really agree that every single high school teacher I've talked to is clear that the current hybrid plan is going to not be as effective as distance for high school.
So then my suggestion would be for them to explore other hybrid plans that would be better and to push those forward to their union leadership, because that would be helpful. We're very open. We don't know what the best solution is, and it maybe not have been developed yet, but we got a little bit of time to figure it out. And let's put ourselves around the virtual table and let's figure it out together.
And it's further compounded by the fact that it has to take place at the beginning of the next semester.
Yeah, that actually to me makes it simpler as opposed to trying to do it, you know, October 26th or some weird in the middle of.
Yeah.
I think that's actually it really opens the door for that conversation.
No, Chris, you're absolutely right.
Greg, I'm good with his recommendation. What do you want to do? It's your motion.
I would recommend, Greg, that you rescind your motion and restate.
I'll just say motion to approve phases 1 through 5. And then that's it. But then we're going to be, Chris, to your point, we're going to really make sure that we have a clear understanding of what the hybrid plan looks like. And if you know, I'm hearing pushback from the teachers, and I want them to start getting engaged and talking about it. You know?
So I would second the motion just like the first motion, if that's okay with everybody.
Can I?
Yes, Trustee Gasson.
I just want to ask one more question, clarification. So when would the hybrids, I think the thing that the community is struggling most with, in addition to the teachers, as a parent, I want to understand better what that hybrid is and what my options are at that point. Because there's a hybrid model out there that I'm not a fan of right now. And so when would the expectation be that that would be determined so that we can plan accordingly for the next semester?
So in closed session, we had a discussion about our negotiation strategy moving forward. So I can't get into the context of that, but you have that in your head, what that strategy looks like. As I've shared, if we don't succeed very soon in reaching agreement around an MOU, the district is going to need to implement a hybrid learning plan that's aligned with the collective bargaining agreement. And then negotiate any effects of that change on our labor partners. We're prepared to do that. We have a number of different models that that we think will meet the needs of kids. And so, you know, I can share with the trustees what some of those models look like as soon as we can get them in a format that's shareable with you. So I'm happy to do that soon.
I guess indirectly, that was where I was shooting with that December. That gave us like 30 days of letting parents know where we were going, because again, some of the models have completely different situation. And you know, Greg is speaking more to high school, I'm speaking more to middle school, because you know, obviously that's what I know and that's what I hear more about. So letting the community have an opportunity to process all that in advance and not be like, you know, there's too many things out there right now. And so that's compounding the uncertainty and the unknown. So I appreciate there's a lot of moving pieces too.
Are we ready to vote, Debbie?
Yes, we are. So we have a motion from Trustee Mack, a motion from a second by Trustee Millerick. Is everybody prepared? And no further questions? All those in
I just want to make sure that we're voting on the recommendation. And that after we have that the superintendent and staff understands that the direction after approval of the recommendation is to basically continue to come up with a way to communicate with the board so we can do our oversight. I understand the frustration coming from us in different areas. You know, like nobody's going to be happy until we have a vaccine in 6 to 8 months to get it distributed worldwide. So let's do what we can, and we'll adjust, we'll pivot, you guys.
In the meantime,
and nobody's going to do anything without, you know, communicating it to the public, and it won't be from lack of effort to come up with the most common plan possible. So my point being, if the motion is to accept the superintendent's recommendation, then I'm ready to raise my hand in support of that.
So Trustee Mack, I think you need to provide some clarity to your motion, because you did say phases 1 through 3 and work on 4 and 5 in some respects. So if you're in agreement with Trustee Nell, and I think Trustee Millerick is, it might be better to state that approving the plan with the caveat of bringing additional information to the board.
That's what I was saying.
Phrases 4 and 5.
Yeah, approving phases 1 through 5.
Yeah, okay. The whole thing 1 to 5.
The whole recommendation, but with guidance, as Derek said, to
oversight.
Yeah, oversight.
Okay, so
on phases 4 and 5, because that's out there and there's a whole lot of uncertainty.
Okay. Trustee Millerick, are you in support of that?
Good. No, they're all 5 steps are
trying to do it above board here and trying to follow.
The superintendent's got a lot of work to do once we make this.
You guys have really worked me in this position in regards to protocols and so, okay. If we're all set to go, I think it's clear. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, that's 7-0 and 1 preferential from our student board member.
Yep. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for
hanging with this.
Thank you.
Comments are appreciated.
Of course.
Principals as well for being here.
Yeah, thank you. I had a lot of people in reserve in this meeting in case we needed them. So to each of you, thank you for spending your night with us. We appreciate it.
This is once in a century kind of conversation. I mean, this is a big deal.
I had a whole speech. I didn't even get to say one word. All right, moving on. This is item 16D. This is approval of the updated education services related board policy 5127. This is coming back to the board. And
good evening again. Thank you for coming to the board. I am back after our last board meeting where we brought the first reading of board policy 5127, which is graduation ceremonies and activities. And in that meeting, we went through some changes in the wording, the most specific of which There were two significant changes. The first was just aligning to our board policy around discipline to ensure that those two board policies matched and were consistent. And then the second was around changing the terminology for valedictorian to distinguished scholar to allow us to move forward with a formula for acknowledging and celebrating our graduating seniors who have achieved outstanding success in our schools, to be a little bit more open and equitable than what has typically and traditionally been used for that of choosing the valedictorian. At the board's request, I very much appreciate the opportunity to have gone back and talked with both our staffs. So I met with both the counseling teams at the high schools, the administrative teams at the high schools, and then also went to the leadership and AVID classrooms at both Novato High and San Marin High School, which gave me an opportunity to talk to the students, ask them some questions, clarify anything that they maybe were confused about, but more than anything, get an understanding and take the pulse of their understanding and beliefs around this. It came to mind after our last meeting that I had done the same process, but with the class that was currently seniors in 2017. That's the class that graduated last year. So while I know that the students that I met with this year have had this in their planners and have talked with their counselors and parents about this for the last 4 years, I hadn't been able to go out and gather information and input from them. So it was a nice opportunity for us to do that. So I have a presentation for you tonight. I'm going to share my screen, and I just want to give you an idea of what we have so that you have a little bit of background and history on where we've been with this. So while we're really only talking about one tiny little aspect of all of our equity work, when we can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. This is one small bit of a lot of the work that we've been ongoing around our equity imperative and our adoption of the graduate profile. So as you recall, in 2017, we initially adopted these two documents. And based on those documents, we started a process of auditing all of our systems, our policies, our practices, our curriculum, the kinds of materials we were putting in our students' hands to ensure that we were really living and modeling the values that our district had adopted. And so based on that, you can see some processes we went through. And then in 2018 is when we really started to see some of those changes go into practice. It's when we first implemented our college and career readiness courses. We we started and completed in that year our audit of all international transcripts and updated our policies to make those procedures far more equitable and ensure that as you know, we had some practices there that were not necessarily benefiting our students, but also were providing credit not based on what students had actually achieved, but what the perception was that they had achieved. And so changing our policies around international transcripts. We moved in the direction of ensuring that all of our courses in the high schools were A through G approved. So at this point, all classes that could be approved are now approved, meaning that our students are in A through G courses. And we shifted our beliefs in our practices around ranking and graduation awards in the high school. And that's what we're specifically talking about tonight. Between then and now, we've been a part of the equity audit with Education Trust West, and we've been doing a lot of community messaging and engagement around all of these different topics. Most of those come in the form of communication around our proficiency-based education, our culture of excellence, our culture of competence, and our culture of caring. And so we're here tonight in 2020, wrapping up one of those things that started so many years ago. And I wanted to let you know what our action steps have been specific to these decisions. The first is beginning with our high school counselors. Our high school counselors are our point of contact really around class choices and guidance around college and career readiness. It's for that reason that our counselors have been the most pivotal decision makers in this process since the beginning. They actually started with messaging these changes in 8th grade planning meetings at the middle schools with the current class of seniors. And in talking to this group of students, many of them did recall, yeah, we've known that it started when we started high school. I think they were more interested and intrigued by the ranking and they had a lot more questions around that than they did around the celebration and the graduation awards. But again, those both were messaged together beginning in their 8th grade meetings and continue to be in their annual class meetings, and obviously any public facing materials that have gone out. In addition, our high school administrators confirmed and talked a little bit about any of the messaging that they've done, whether it's in back to school nights, whether it's in meetings with families, around this messaging, and the fact that that has been very transparent and clear since 2018. And then student voice. And like I said, we collected a lot of student voice back with that class in 2017, but I brought those questions back to this graduating class. And it actually was mostly 11th and 12th graders, even a few 10th graders that I worked with this last 2 weeks. The 3 questions I asked were, do you have any concerns about shifting to distinguished scholars? Do you see any benefits to shifting to distinguished scholars? And how do you believe that they should be recognized at the graduation ceremony? So just in general, why this shift was important, why it was even identified to begin with. So back in 2017, as one of the many things that we were looking at, this came up over and over as something that actually had been looked at years prior, but had kind of fallen off the radar, or hadn't been able to move through. And so this was some of the list that was back from the original list in 2017. The fact that it celebrates and values every student who achieves success. It offers a more equitable path. So meaning we're using multiple markers, not just simply GPA and AP courses. It removes the unnecessary stress and competition that we know is really in alignment with our wellness initiatives. And then finally, giving some long-term and formal recognition that will last for these students past their time here at NUSD. So really having something that they can carry on with them that leaves a legacy and helps them and gives them a leg up in their future. This was in here. I'm not going to spend much time on this, but this is simply what's been published in their academic planning guides and publicly since 2018. As you can see, this is some of the feedback. Obviously, they were working in teams, and so if you want more student voice, I can. There's plenty there, but just give you a little snapshot of some of the comments that came up. You can see very few concerns. Obviously, the concerns that students did is if there are students who have been working towards this, we would want to make sure they knew what they were now working towards, and making sure that that had been communicated. But lots of really great ideas about how we could celebrate them. And obviously, I'm always so impressed with just how articulate and thoughtful our students are when I get to go into their classrooms about what some of the benefits are and how this really is in alignment with our equity and our wellness initiatives. Same thing from our San Marin team. Lots of good ideas, very similar. Again, you know, we talked a lot about that competition. What's a good competition? What's not good competition? Where is it positive? Where is it not positive? And is this the right place for it to be? Right? There's lots of places we can be competitive. And so we had some good discussion and back and forth around that. And then just reminding us that the whole reason we've been moving in this direction is that our system is set up to do exactly what it does. And if we really want to be a system who says we're for equity and celebrating the success of all students, every student who achieves high levels of success, if we really believe that we want to have a system where we don't have to compete for that one brass award, we need to change the system that outputs that. And that's what we're really here to do. So I just wanted to give you just a little perspective about why this, I think, is so important to me. I have the honor of looking at all of these awards every year and ordering the medals and going over to the graduates and handing these over to their schools. Last year's graduating class of 2020, we had 657 students. 61 of those students graduated with over a 4.0. Of those, 3 of them had a 5.0. So they have taken every AP class and gotten straight A's since the beginning of their freshman year. In addition to that, we had 72 students who graduated from our schools biliterate, as defined by the state of California, meaning they have passed the tests and they have proven their biliteracy. Of those, 2 of them were triliterate and had 2 medals around their neck. And of all of those students, and those are just 2 of the many metrics, we only celebrated 2 of them. And it's not that they didn't know they were great. It's not that they didn't know that they had done wonderful, exciting things. But as an organization, we put that special honor and we said the name of 2 of them in our ceremonies. And so what this allows us to do is determine a formula that ensures that every one of those students who deserve to be recognized is recognized, regardless of where they found their success. And so that's what we're here for tonight. And I would love to open it up for any questions.
Okay, board members, speak up, because, oh, I see Trustee Miller. Go ahead.
One simple comment, Jen. The Deming comment is very persuasive. Thank you for including it. You build it, the system performs to the measurements you set up. And so if you create success for only 2 people, that's what you get.
Yep.
Or 72. Thanks.
Okay, any other board members? Trustee Gasson and Trustee Nell.
I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you for all that work that you put into that. Since I wasn't clear on a lot of it before, as you could tell. So thank you.
Absolutely. I really enjoy doing it. So.
Trustee Nell.
I too want to thank you and show some appreciation for the hard work you put into this effort. Change can be difficult, and I think you made a big change easy. And by a process involving a lot of different people, I was one of the board members that asked you to give it a little more time out there. And apparently everybody, as far as I know, nobody is against this or overtly. So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the district of coming up with this change in our graduation ranking system. So thank you.
Oh, of course, and I think it's in the best. It's what's best for our students and our community, and I think for any, you know, I appreciate getting that feedback and making sure that we're creating a system that works. And I think the more we include those voices, and the more that I continue to have those conversations. So I appreciate the opportunity to go back and do some of that revisiting.
It's late at night, so Jen, I'm not going to look for an answer tonight, but I'll give you a call and find a time we can talk about what the SATs and the PSAT test scores are at universities and how that's affecting our student success profiles and opportunities.
Absolutely. I would love to come back when you guys are ready for it and just do some data analysis with you guys around all of those things.
That'd be great, but it's late at night, so.
Yeah. Trustee Aguila?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion that we approve the revised education services related to board policy, a second reading, VP 5127, graduation ceremonies and activities.
Can you just say maybe a second and final reading so that this can go to get amended and get updated on our website?
To obtain board approval of the revised first and second final
To say second and final reading?
second and final revised education services related to board policy. Second reading, yeah, BP 5127, graduation
Just adding the
ceremony.
word final, if you don't mind, if you are in agreement, just so that it puts closure to it and we can move this on to get uploaded. Okay.
To obtain board approval for the revised education services, for the final revised education services related to board policy. Final reading, VP 5127, graduation ceremonies.
Thank you.
Okay,
so second by Trustee Millerick. All those in favor? I can't see everybody, so hopefully that's, yep, there we go, 7-0.
Yeah, Jen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. Very thorough, and we really appreciate that. That was a lot driven by Trustee Nell when we had the first meeting, so I appreciate that, the effort you put into that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 14E, this is a new policy. This is board policy 5141.25. This is the availability of condoms, and I see Dr. Amy Carter popping up on our screen there.
Perfect. So in our teaching credentials, we're talked about cognitive overload, and I feel like I'm violating all my training tonight, but I appreciate you bearing with me. This is the first reading, and so this is our first opportunity to put this policy forward, and so we're open to any feedback or recommendations the board may have. Just to give you some context for how this particular board policy came to our awareness in education services, last spring we had a health teacher who was teaching the mandated curriculum. As you know, the mandated curriculum requires that We teach comprehensive sexual education, including HIV prevention, to students both once in middle school and then again in high school. And part of that curriculum is making sure that our students are educated on the practices of safe sex and prevention of HIV. We do know that the CDC states that the proper and consistent use of latex condoms can greatly reduce a person's risk of acquiring or transmitting sexually diseases. And so this educator had a health professional come to classrooms, as all high schools do across California, to demonstrate the use of condoms and to help students become familiar with their use. And this guest speaker had extras and said, can I give these to the students? And she found herself in a bit of a quandary. She reached out to Education Services, and in that question, we realized that this is a policy that hadn't been adopted in Novato Unified. And so we really are looking for clarity from the board in this regard. A policy related to the condom availability was adopted both in San Rafael and the TAM Unified School Districts in 2015. San Francisco Unified has had a policy like this in place since 1992. LA Unified, Oakland Unified also have had a decade of experience with a policy like this and found success. And I do want to point out a part of my attachments was not only the samples of the other districts' policies so that we can see if we're striving for that alignment within the county, but also the curriculum that in which we do teach these matters to our students. I do want to assure the board that there are legal restrictions that prohibit educational dollars to be spent on condoms. So any condoms that would be available to students would have to come from donations and from other outside groups, such as the Marin Community Clinic or North Bay Community Services, the Huckabee Youth Program, Planned Parenthoods. Those are all agencies, nonprofits that offer these resources to students. I also want to note that we do have a policy that says that parents are notified within 14 days of the first of this comprehensive sexual health instruction, and they do have the right to have their child not present for those classes. We have board policies that strongly include language around abstinence and emphasize that any participation in this type of education is voluntary. And we also recognize in that same policy that students are sexually active and that this may result in pregnancy or sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV infections, AIDS, HPV. And so we're really in that policy striving for a coordinated school health program to include access to resources like this. So to prepare before we brought this to you, we wanted to make sure that there were some basic question and answer sheets that I've included. It's worth noting that in the state of California, it is legal for students to receive any and all reproductive health care, including contraception, without a parent permission or consent. And so that is the law in the state of California. As I said, other districts have used this and have had these board policies such as this in place since 2015. In preparation for this, I asked our high school administrators to spend some time early this year having meetings with parents and with student groups to really sort of take some measurement of the support and the direction that this policy would be preferred to represent the expectations and values of our community. They've reported back that in their meetings that they experienced support from the majority of parents and from students as well. Students even offered suggestions for how and when these can be distributed, and so they're here to answer any questions you may have in that regard. And we're really looking for an opportunity to get your feedback, push this forward to our community, receive feedback from them, and then we plan to bring this back to you at a later date for final adoption. The board policy that we are recommending to the board is the one from the California School Board. This is their recommended language, which is kind of the gold standard for these policies in California. And we feel that it is appropriate and meets our needs. So I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Trustee Cooper, and then Trustee Aguila.
Thanks for bringing this forward. I appreciate it, Amy. Just a quick question. I know parents don't need to be notified for many things. Do we have to, does a nurse or some health professional have to dole these out, or how does that work? Because I thought there was an ed code citation that required that, and I may be wrong.
Yep. So there are two options that were listed from CSBA. Option one is that only a licensed healthcare professional can provide condoms for students. And the second one is more in line with our sister districts in San Rafael and Tam. And that is that condoms will be available to high school students at designated locations. And it will include written information about how to use these and the emphasis and health benefits of abstinence.
And further, I think my concern came, I thought it was Ed Code 49422 that actually stipulates that a nurse dole these out, but yet we're suggesting option two. Those two kind of seem to clash.
And we can reach out to legal and just make sure that we have an opinion in that matter for the board for when we bring it back for a second.
Okay, I just want to make sure either way we're fine.
Thank you.
Trustee Cooper, do you see that as one of the ed codes listed on the second page of the board policy?
Let's see, 49,422. Yes. 49,422.
Oh, 422. Okay, so it is specified there. Okay, there is a reference to it. Okay, so
Requires
follow up on that.
students consult with a physician or nurse to get medical care or treatment. Thank you.
Trustee Gila.
Yes, so I'm just wondering why the schools? So if here in Marin County, we have a lot of agencies that are already doing this, providing condoms, Planned Parenthood. I mean, and I used to work there, so kids just can come in and just, grab them. And I like that we're educating, so I like that part. But if all materials are provided by nonprofits and community health organizations and other government agencies, why schools? And even though other schools are already doing it, why do we have to do it? That's my question.
And I think, that's really what we're seeking direction from the board about. Staff feels like, and, I've got an educator from Novato High and a parent here from San Marin. I failed to mention that they're in the room. But I think what the thinking is behind this is making sure that students have access to everything they need to engage in safe sex and to take care of their safety and health. To your point, they can go to the Marin Community Clinic where those are available. But I think just given that the example of the health class where students are being taught how to use these prophylactics, they're practicing with them, can we in those instances, send them home with these? Can we, if we have a student that comes to the nurse for support for their sexual health, can we give them these tools? I think that's really what we're looking for. I think the majority of, obviously, the really large districts in the state of California have chosen this path as a resource to students, and that's our recommendation to the board.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. Thank you. But I guess I just need a little more clarity of, I'm like I said, I'm in favor of education, and can the students come to us and a nurse can educate them and leave it at that. So why give the condoms?
And that's something that the board can definitely decide in this matter. Again, we feel like these are, we want to make this as easy access as possible for student safety. We do feel like that is the wish of our staff, our parents, and our students, the majority of them. And so that is why we are heading in this direction.
Okay. And then I have a question about the policy,
Actually, Maria?
Yes.
I just wanted to respond, if it's okay, for your question before it's been hard for me having girls. So my girls are 11 and 13. I'm just going to explain something I didn't know. I found out, ironically, because my girls are not covered on the district's insurance policy. They have a separate policy. So when my daughter turned 12, I lost a lot of rights as a parent to have access to information about her. And there's a lot of privacy laws, and it was something I wasn't aware of. I would have thought that the kids had to be older. So some of this thought process, I think, is in alignment with that, is that there's maybe somebody has the term here in terms of that age, that being 12 and the parents' rights. So some of that, I think, feeds into why the districts or this is being presented. It's a hard concept for me. And again, I still don't like the fact that because my daughter's 12, that I, as a parent, don't have a right unless my daughter gives me permission to have certain information available to me. So I don't know if that will help in just in the context of why this is kind of coming up, I'm sure.
Yeah,
we also have a teacher, and Nisha Patel is here from San Moran, and I would like to turn to her if she'd like to respond to any of the concerns or questions that trustees have brought up.
Yeah, so I am the leadership teacher at San Moran High School. So I had the opportunity to bring this up with our students to see what their input was. And I also did teach health for a semester at San Moran as well. And so I do advocate for having condoms on campus. I think, and in discussion with the class as well, they think that's important to have the access to the condoms. As it was mentioned before, that students are sexually active. It may not be in middle school, but in high school, at least, we know that is happening. And so for them to have the access at school, I think is important. Students may not have the ability to go to the different clinics. They are limited in terms of the amount of hours when they provide services to teens and whatnot. And so if they have a place that they can reliably turn to and know that they have access to birth control methods and STD prevention, I think that's important. Another thing that came up with the students is, so it was mentioned, I'm not totally sure whether it has to be distributed by a nurse or not, but I think some of the concern is when you're a teenager is approaching an adult and asking them for a condom. And so we tried to think of some solutions in terms of having them available. So they would be next to the nurse's office. So they would still have to kind of approach the area, which is more private. The condoms would be out maybe in a basket next to Band-Aids. And so people don't necessarily know what they're going to pick up. And so they wouldn't be embarrassed by that. But I do think it's important, and the students also express the importance of having the availability to both genders at a location that they know is safe. They know that the condoms are legitimate. They don't have to pay for them, because that could also be a deterrent or in terms of receiving them. And again, just the constant access of having them at school was something that was brought up. So the San Moran leadership class does advocate for having them on campus and definitely sees the importance in terms of birth control and STD prevention.
Thank you. I'm just surprised that the numbers, 50% of the people are actually being sexually active. I don't know where I've been, but it's shocking. And I'm for abstinence. I know that it doesn't happen, and kids are going to do it with the condoms there or not. I'm just still trying to decide, why does it have to be at the schools? And I'm still not convinced. But anyway, Going to the policy, if we look at, there's a lot of shall, like condoms shall be provided in the original packaging. So that's great. Students shall be advised not to engage in. So some of the shalls, I would feel more comfortable if it would be like will. Students will be advised not to engage in unlawful sexual activities and will receive information instead of shall receive information. So some of the shalls, and then the superintendent, and then the last one, the last paragraph, the superintendent or designee shall notify parents, guardians of board policy regarding the availability of condoms and shall seek parent guardian involvement. So superintendent, how would that happen? How would parents and guardians be involved? I know that when I worked at Planned Parenthood, it was very private. When we would call homes to let them to talk to, we couldn't leave a message we couldn't leave a voice message. If we did, we had a code so that the parents wouldn't find out. And so it's just seemed like that, how would we NUSD involve our parents?
So I think, we would be prohibited from violating a child's privacy in that instance, of course. So we're not talking about a specific case. More what we're looking for is, we did have ASB students at both schools that talked about the locations for offering that, talked about some of the resources. So that's where we would want to have parent input and make sure that the way that we are approaching that was reflective of the thinking of our community. And I do want to say that if there is a shall in board policy, it is a will. We must comply with that. And so, that's language that we continue to be comfortable with.
So that'll come in the second reading?
Not necessary.
Yeah, so you're asking the shalls to be wills, and those are both for me, that's the same thing. A shall and a will is the same. If you're looking at a may, that's different. May is different. It also might apply to, there might be some ed code language that we have to stick to.
Okay.
I'm in support of this policy as it is, and I think it speaks to what Nisha spoke to. It's just this is what the students, their input was important, and I agree with it. And so I do support this policy as a first reading. Trustee Miller? Yep. Trustee Gasson, why didn't you go? I think your hand was up first. I apologize. And then we'll go to Trustee Miller.
So overall, I'm fine with it. I just realized there was some conflicting things or something I don't understand, and what Maria just kind of highlighted it. So hearing from Nisha that they're just kind of available. I guess I was thinking that, and I respect the fact that it's awkward to ask, or having the ability to just go someplace and pick it up. But is it the idea is that information would be provided in the course of their health class, and that's just because there's reference here about information. And the other thing that I misinterpreted at the time is the paragraph. It's on the second page, right under the note about the parent and guardians that they may exclude their children from the program. I know that that's an option, like when we do our, for both fifth and seventh grade, we have a chance to opt our kids out of the sex education component. But if you do that, or if that's what this implies, how do you then know that a kid, is this opting them out of the condom program? I kind of don't understand why this is here.
Yeah, so for sure, the parent can exclude the child from, our lessons around HIV and sexual education. My understanding is that under the law, students can still, access these resources without parent permission. But the parents would be able to sort of notify us. And your point about the nurse, we're really looking, there are two options there. There's the option one, if the board chooses to have a nurse be the only one, they go into the nurse's office and that's where they access this. The majority of the community feedback we got was this latter, where they wanted them available to students to be able to get in a more private manner and without having to have that conversation. And the way that I've seen those bundled is, a condom, and within the wrapping, informational material about, the importance of abstinence being the only way to prevent, these sexual transmitted disease or pregnancy, and more information related to a child's health and sexual health that way. So it's not only the condom, it's the condom and learning materials.
Okay, so I'm good with that, but I still am curious though about this paragraph, and maybe it's just because of blending some things. You're talking about condom use, but then this notification of parents just doesn't seem to match up. It implies that you have, like, if I'm reading it, maybe I have to read the whole thing again and stepping outside of the conversation, but it reads sort of like you have an option to opt your kid out of that condom accessibility. So maybe just clarification on that. But overall, I'm fine with the whole thing. And actually, I was going to ask President Butler, I would have expected, after some of the conversations I've seen in social media about sex ed, I figured we'd at least have a few calls, but maybe, or not calls, but letters about it. So
yeah, no, we don't have any public comment.
Okay, so my option is the one where they can get it without having to consult a nurse or whatever that second thing is.
2 is the recommendation. Yeah.
That's yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, any other board members? Trustee now. Oh, Trustee Millerick, I'm sorry. It was Trustee Millerick.
Having had this conversation about once every 10 years for multiple decades, there are families who are very concerned that they manage the education of their children. The problem is we live in an HIV world, and this is if you make a mistake in this area, it can be deadly. Maybe in today's world, it's not deadly, but in the world I grew up in, an HIV infection was a death sentence. So the ability to manage your own health, your sexual health, is important. So as uncomfortable as it is to have the fact that your 13-year-old child is out doing things you wish they weren't doing, it's important that they find a way of being educated and protect their own bodily health. So I think this is something we got to move forward on. It's just uncomfortable, but the consequences, people get sick or die. So
Trustee Nell, and then I'll go back.
I got grandchildren who this makes me nuts because I already did this once. I got to do it again.
Trustee Nell.
So I just wanted to say that I support it. I think option 2 would be the better of the two options. But as this is a first reading, I'm remain objective as comments may or may not come back regarding our adopting this, I guess, after a second reading. I'm on the side of educating kids about health, and sex is a big part of that. And there are all kinds of consequences related to being sexually active. And I think we ought to be on the side of making sure that everyone knows what can and cannot happen. And I don't have a problem having them available on the school site. I think there's a lot of sensitivity around this that, quite frankly, I don't get. I think that we should be talking to our kids about sex and from the beginning. And I think if you do that, you'll probably all be better off. But unfortunately, there's a lot of kids who don't necessarily get this information, let's just say, in a timely way. So having the information out there, having the availability out there, I think it puts the kids themselves in control of the situation, whether it be either gender. So let's put it out for a second reading and bring it back and get it adopted and implemented as soon as possible.
Thank you, Trustee Nell. Can I go to Elizabeth? Trustee Gila, are you?
Yeah, okay.
I'll go to Elizabeth.
I just wanted to say one thing from the student perspective. I had the opportunity to sit in with with Ms. Patel during the ASB meeting, and everything she went over was completely logistical. I know I'm speaking on behalf of all students here, and I think there's 3 priorities that we need to focus on: accessibility, privacy, and safety. And I feel like our intent always needs to be focused with the best regard of well-being for all students here. And so I know as a student, I've seen it, like, you know, I know my peers, regardless, they're curious. We're all curious, and regardless, they're going to experiment. But children deserve the education and resources nonetheless. And so that's why I feel like this motion must be passed, because I feel like from a student's point of view, I honestly feel like it's kind of non-negotiable. I am in clear and heavy support that this is something that all students need to guarantee their safety and education as well. So that's just where students are coming from on this one.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Trustee Aguila.
Okay, yeah, again, I'm pro-education. When I worked at Planned Parenthood, we didn't have to educate them, we could just hand them out. And anyone can go there and get them. But I used to always educate. And I know condoms break. You know, they're not 100% effective. So I don't want to be a part of that possibility where there's 1% of messing up someone's life. I still don't believe they belong in the schools. And I don't want to take parents' jobs of teaching them how to teach their kids. Let them teach their kids. So the draft, as far as this goes, I see it's fine. I don't see any mistakes or anything except for the shalls. I'll vote in favor of this draft, but I'll probably vote against it next time it comes.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee. I appreciate your comments on the whole.
I just want to sleep at night.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So board members, if there's no further questions, if the recommendation from the staff is this is a first reading, it'll come back at a second reading. Would anybody like to make that motion or something different?
No, I will move the staff's recommendation that we put the first reading out, and
okay.
I'll second.
Do we know when it'll be re-agendized? I guess we'll just wait for that to show up soon. Right. Okay.
We're hoping to let it be out there for at least a month and bring it back probably in November.
November. Okay.
Okay.
Great. So we have a first by Trustee Millerick. Trustee Millerick and no, Trustee Nell.
Sorry, we look very similar, but
Trustee Nell and a second by Trustee Mack. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, okay. All those in favor? Just want to make sure I have everybody up. Diane, you want to raise your hand or no? 7. Okay. And Trustee Gillett, did I get you? Or I didn't see your hand.
You got me for the draft. Yes.
For the draft. Okay. I don't want to assume anything. So that's a 7-0, and that'll come back for a second reading. Thank you to our staff members, our principals that stayed up in this hour. Thank you.
Thank you
for your input. I know Ashley was here as well, and we didn't get to her, but I appreciate her staying on the line. And Elizabeth, we appreciate the student input as well. So
thanks, Tisha.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 14F. Board members, we have this item and then 2 more after that. This is the resolution number 9, 2020-2021, exemptions to the separation for service requirements for CalPERS. And Jonathan is there.
Thank you, President Butler. Greetings, trustees. Jonathan Ferrer, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. Before you is a recommendation to approve a resolution that will allow an exemption to the separation from service requirement for CalPERS for a classified employee. Our current benefits and payroll technician is scheduled to retire next month, and an internal candidate has been selected and approved for the position moving forward. Both individuals are collaboratively working on the necessary training needed to ensure a smooth transition of responsibilities. However, due to the impact on regulations that HR is experiencing due to COVID-19, the district foresees the need for additional training and understanding for a smooth transition past November but before May, which without an approved exemption would be the first available date our current benefits and payroll technician could provide us with support. Our current benefits and payroll technician is in agreement with this recommendation. Approval of this recommendation would allow our current benefits and payroll technician to provide hourly support to us upon retirement. Disapproval of this recommendation would not allow our current benefits and payroll technician to provide us with any support until approximately May 2021. Due to the current ever-changing nature of COVID-19 regulations as it pertains to benefits and payroll, the district recommends approval of this resolution for a smooth transition of responsibilities. I can hear feedback or take questions at this time. Thank you.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to recommend or make a motion to approve resolution number 9, 2020, 2021 for an exemption to the separation from service requirements for CalPERS. And I'd also like to take a moment to thank Dana for holding off on her retirement.
27 years with NUSD.
I know, it's amazing.
Yeah. All right. So
I'll second that along with the appreciation.
Yep. Third that. Can I third Dana's?
Third it. Yep. All right. We're getting a little crazy here. First by Trustee Cooper, second by Trustee Nell. All those in favor? Okay, 7-0. All right. 15A, this is our staff report. This is the Measure G bond. Oh, actually, I apologize. Not the Measure G. We're going to go to 14. This is 16G that we pulled. So Yancey's popping up there, I think. Yep. So this was 16G. Trustee Gasson pulled this. So I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Gasson to, again, express her comments that she did earlier. She could do that.
So I pulled this because I know it had to do with PPE, including the HEPA filters and the air purifiers for our classrooms. And so I just wanted to see if there was thoughts from the board about using this as an opportunity to look for longer term solutions for our school sites that are not able to support those filtration systems. And it seems from Yancey's discussion earlier, it looks like 9 other campuses. I think that I'm glad that we're approving, or I agree with the recommendation to purchase those. I just was thinking with how things are going right now with the smoke and heat and everything else, that maybe it was time to look at getting our facilities all in alignment with the capabilities that our other locations have.
Trustee Gasson, I was hoping to give a little bit of information based on your feedback to the board to hopefully help this discussion. So as you noted, 4 of our HVAC systems have been upgraded in the last couple of years. That's San Jose, Loma Verde, Linwood, and Olive, those moving from heat-only units to a heat pump as well as a air conditioning unit. The board approved $7 million in funding out of Measure G to upgrade Lou Sutton, Rancho, Hill, and the remainder of the Novato High School campus that is not conditioned as part of its Phase 2 Measure G allocations. And the board also approved within its deferred maintenance allocation of $44 million in Phase 2, the replacement of the heating and air conditioning units at San Ramon, San Marin, Pleasant Valley, Sinaloa, and Hamilton. And so that would address the vast majority and all 13 campuses. But that is over, a 5 to 6 year period that work is planned to be done.
Right. Thank you for clarifying. And I recognize that we had approved some additional ones. I just knew that they were kind of in the future.
Yep.
And again, I just didn't want to miss an opportunity since we're investing in this. And I really, as much as would love to say we're going to be past COVID and things, I just feel like this is something that isn't going to go away. Our fires don't seem like it's just getting worse each year. And so maybe moving, or my comment is to see about moving it so that it's sooner than 5 years, because what I would hate to do is get down the next year or two and go, well, why do we still have these issues? Again, I'm totally for the, I forget how it's phrased on here, but all for approving the PPE is planned and outlined in the documentation, but I just thought it might be prudent for us to look at moving some of those scheduled things up if we could, or evaluating if we could do that at least.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gasson. Any comments from the board? Okay.
I'll second the motion to accept the recommendation on consent item G, and I appreciate Trustee Gasson, bringing the issue forward, and it's something that I think we all need to pay attention to, and I think we will. And she's right about the smoke. Once we whip COVID, I don't know whether we'll have the fires and handled by. So, thank you, Trustee Gasson.
Trustee Gasson, was that a motion that you made?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But I guess I was also just hoping, as a side note, like if we can get that agendized, maybe to talk about, or if other members felt the same. I just feel like 5 years from now, or even in a year and a half from now, we're going to be sitting here having the same conversations about air quality and kids not being able to go to school and stuff like that. So, but thank you. Yes, it was a motion, and
okay. So, and then we have a second by Trustee Nell. So I would say to Yancey that, as the Measure G conversations come before the board and we go back and look at these projects, I think Trustee Gasson has a point. If we can do them sooner in any way, you understanding her concern, if the rest of the board is fine with that as well, that we just take another extra look at those projects. But if we have to stay within those time periods, then I understand that as well. Just trying to.
I'm happy. We've done some long-term planning over the last couple of months in terms of stacking, looking at cash flow, looking at escalation of costs, looking at the ability of our small team here at the district in order to maximize and do projects right. And then the other big thing is having campuses open during the summer to run summer programs. And so we have to, every summer we have to have, a third to half of our campuses open to provide services. But some of those work is coming right around the corner. And I think some of it's just a lack of information that we've put out there. So I'm happy to bring some of that stacking and kind of looking at year by year and site by site what work is going to be happening over the next 5 to 6 years. And I don't think that that is too far away. This winter, I think, is a great time for us to bring that information for a number of reasons, but this is just one additional good reason.
Okay. Trustee Gasson, are you okay with that? Yeah, okay. So we have a first by Trustee Gasson, a second by Trustee Nell. This is item 16G. All those in favor? Okay, 7-0. Okay, let's write that down. Moving on now to our staff report. This is the Measure G bond series, C issuance timeline. We've had Greg Isom sitting there forever. We thoroughly enjoyed your photo that popped up there.
Oh, it was my daughter. I don't know what she did. I apologize.
Got you good.
It was embarrassing. Even more embarrassing right now.
We also
I got to tell you, I've had it where my daughter had a photo of her finger up her nose from my thing, so I can relate.
So I will turn over to Yancey to.
No, thank you, Trustee President Butler. As you noted, we have Greg Isom, Isom Advisors, our financial advisor on our Measure G bond issuances here. Given the time of night, I'll try to be as quick as possible, but this is a very important item, especially I think for some things we're doing for the community. So I really wanted to highlight a couple of things. Measure G, the $222 million general obligation bond, was approved in 2006 by the generous voters of the Novato community. The issuance schedule of these bonds is based on the Proposition 39 repayment regulations, and which limit the repayment to $60 per $100,000 of assessed value. And so basically those regulations dictate how and when we can issue bonds. In 2017, the district issued $51 million of Series A bonds. And in 2019, it was followed up by a $55 million Series B issuance. In June of this year, staff brought an updated schedule of issuance based on several factors, including escalation, including assessed value growth in the district, including some uncertainty potentially coming up in the economic markets, and just some reasons to adjust that schedule. Since June, those factors remain, but one factor has changed significantly. That's the current interest rate environment in the municipal bond market. Just as you may have noticed, refinancing of the mortgages has gone through the roof right now because of the historical low interest rates. That has equally hit the municipal bond market. And just like a lot of folks around here refinancing houses, we're not refinancing anything, but we can issue the Series C of Measure G at significantly lower rates than we were projecting earlier, which is a significant factor in us moving up that projected issuance from the spring into the fall. And just to put that into perspective, this issuance would save the taxpayers $30 million in interest over the projections that we brought in even just in June, when the interest rate market was still pretty decent. This was really, to repeat, $30 million for Novato taxpayers. So with that, even though all the other important work we are doing in this district right now, we believe that it is crucial for us to move forward with this issuance. The projected issuance would be $101 million, leaving an additional Series D issuance of $15 million. Although we are looking at those numbers very tightly with our bond counsel at Dennis, Walliver, and Kelly to ensure that we take advantage of these interest rates to the extent possible. So that number may change a little bit in the next couple of weeks as we work with our bond counsel on finalizing that amount. With that said, Greg, is there anything that I missed?
Nope, you nailed it. The only thing I'm just going to say, the projections that we were using, during distance learning, COVID, from March to June, interest rates went anywhere from 3% to 5% in the span of 3 months. They're all over the place. And so our projections we were using were 4%. Right now, if we could lock in rates today, we could lock in pretty much 2.5% for long-term debt, which is just insane. So that's why we're proposing this to Yancey and to Novato. Just the savings that you guys would be able to realize are just so much higher than what we anticipated earlier this summer and especially last year. So,
board members, this is fantastic news.
Let's go.
Now this is it's an opportunity, Greg. Thanks for bringing it forward. Keeping our interest in mind. It's not obvious to every taxpayer what this kind of benefit is, but in the long run allows us to build better school facilities for our kids because we're smart about the money. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, this is the staff report. Superintendent Koska, I see you. Did you want to add anything? No, you're good. Okay.
No, I guess I do, but it'll be very brief. This just is aligned with our commitment to doing the best we can to be fiscally responsible for ourselves and for our community. They entrusted us with these dollars, and we've got to make the best decisions we can to support our fiscal responsibility. So thank you to Yancey and Greg for being on this and getting it in front of you.
Absolutely. This is a staff report. This will come back for approval at a future meeting, most likely the 20th. I think. Yes. Okay. So thanks, Greg, for hanging.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you much.
Good night.
Thanks for staying late.
First, that concludes our meeting. What I want to also say to the just for the board, one of the conversations that keeps coming up, and board members have mentioned it to me, is like when we're going to get back to the board room to have our meetings. So I've been working with Ellen and with Chris. We've been throwing around some ideas, and so we're thinking of potentially like a phase in for us. And maybe right now the thought is November 3rd, the board just meets in the board room, and we still have public comment online. We'll still have them still submit online. Then in our first December meeting, we'll see if we, the hope is to have meeting in the boardroom and then have public comment come to the board as well, to the boardroom, and they'll be able to say their public comment themselves, but they can also still submit an email if they would like to as well. So there's a couple options there. So that's just what we're thinking about right now. It's not confirmed. There is some technology issues with all of us zooming in the boardroom all at once, because we still have to Zoom, even though we're at the boardroom, in the boardroom. So I saw Trustee Gasson. I'll hold off on saying anything else.
November 3rd is an election year. Normally on election nights, we run a very short meeting.
Right. So it's kind of, it might be helpful to start there, just for us to kind of get acclimated to the boardroom and being in different, we can't all sit at the board table. There's no room for all of us. We'd have to be spread out. Again, as I said, we'd still have to have our laptops, our iPads to Zoom still. So everybody has earbuds. There's quite a few issues, things that we have to line up. All right, Trustee Gasson.
So I've actually been fine with that. I know that some of the issues are because then you're inviting the public, and we can't restrict the public, because of certain rules about how many we can have in there. But one thing that I realized actually just this week, and think the closed session, because that one room that we're usually in is so small.
Right. We
so
can
that
have
was
107, which is where, unfortunately, the voting would happen on November 3rd. So we might have to.
We also have the upstairs training room.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, upstairs.
Okay.
So for my job, we're using a product called an Owl, which is a little camera that looks about a foot tall and 4 inches in diameter, and it automatically optically looks around, and if anybody's talking, it picks them up. And so when I have a hybrid class, half the students are coming in on cyber and half the students are physically in the room, I use that tool. So that may be a choice that you want to look at it. I'm not sure it's the right choice for us here, but it's at least, they work really well in a room the size of our closed session room.
And I'm fine with all that, but I just as a reminder, although I haven't gotten confirmation, I had signed up to be a poll worker for 2 days. My understanding is that they're only taking people who can go all 4 days. So I don't yet know, but it's possible I might not even be able to. You'd have one less person to have to work around.
Yeah. Okay, Ellen, did you want to add any? This is just a thought process. I just wanted to keep the board informed, and if there's any community member, know that this has definitely been on our minds for a while on how the board can get back. And we understand if we're asking students to get back into the classroom, the board should be able to make that commitment as well in the boardroom in some way, safely.
And yeah, just to reiterate what Debbie mentioned is our student trustees were going to be remote through December. That was what they stated at the beginning of their term. We could have presenters that still need to be remote, and so that's kind of why it's the Zoom with your laptop and your earbuds, and I'll clear all the chairs out of the boardroom and set up tables so that you can all see each other, but the physical space here only allows for 5 humans. So but yeah, we'll do it. We'll figure it out.
Okay, thank you for positive outlook. All right, board members, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
Ellen, I put the name of that camera system in the chat. Yeah.
So our next regular board meeting is October 20th, and I will see you then. This meeting's adjourned. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, guys.